Well, good morning. How you doing? Good to see you. I know it's early for those of you that are either up really early or maybe you're in Europe. Wish you the best, hope for the best. And we got about 7.5 hours until the season resets. We are currently in, I believe, Diamond 2, Diamond 3. Let's see if we can make Mythic. I got a couple of decks I'm rotating between. I got standard rank, a deck called Vehicular Manslaughter. And I'll show you this. I don't know. I was winning a bunch in a row, and then I just started losing a bunch in a row last night. So I switched over to Alchemy. I don't know. It seems pretty hit or miss. Here's the makeup of it. There are 1 drops, 2 drops, 3 drops, and 4 drops. Nothing over 4 in the deck. So the mana curve's interesting, but we'll see. We'll see if you like it. And we got T creatures. That's what we got for creatures. We don't really have a whole lot of creatures in there, but between the defend the rider and the free accessing of vehicles with Chandra, it seems to do okay. Get her done. We're gonna start off with some standard rank. And of course I have basically what I call my Is It Dragon deck. I wonder if Ori Steelcutter would be good in that deck. I'm able to cast a lot of stuff eventually. It isn't Is It, but it's odd that it's more Gruul, huh? Oh, this one's Gruul. Turn 3 Lumbering World Wagon. Turn 4 Chandra. Oh, there we go. Back. That's gonna be. That might have been my mistake right there. Okay. Action. We'll get a mountain out. Pretty sure this is a Una deck. Una. Yeah, Una deck. Of course. High noon. Okay.
Every heart revs my engines faster. Rev them up! Out of my way!
Action. Yeah, I think we're gonna. I'll go with a force this time. Our opponent is at 13. pretty big. Dang, I would have had my other guy out. Yeah, I think I do this.
Can't give up.
Okay, no attack. Flame. Alright, and then I will. Can't cast that. Why can't I cast that? Oh. One spell per turn.
No time to think. Just thrive.
Then play land. And he's got to get Una right back. Are you lonely? Are you lonely tonight? I have a new policy. I just ignore trolls, so this will be the last time I acknowledge you. Hi, buddy. You like my stream? The trolls don't. That's okay. They'll get over it. Ends well. All right. Hey there, lonely boy, lonely boy. I'm so lonely, I'm so lonely. One step to the left, hands bricks. One more step to the left, hands bricks. One more, right there, hands bricks. Yes. Ah, hands bricks. Hands bricks. La 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 la. Alrighty then. Let's see. This one into play. Turn. Fart in the wind. All you are is a fart in the wind. No one claims you. You're just a fart in the wind. So much odor. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeesh. I gotta get rid of this one. Sure. Get rid of that. Right meow. Turn 3. Put out a thunderous velocipede. And we can defend the rider. Farts in the wind. All they are farts in the wind. Just an endless. All we are farts in the wind. Dang it. Well, that doesn't feel good. Oh. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? That's not very nice. I'd have to add another one of these in here. No chances of me getting all three of those? Pretty crazy. That's pretty cool. Discard a card. Yep. Exile target artifact. Turn. Where's my creatures? Pass turn. Guessing he's got another saw blades in there. Come on now. I've seen this net deck before. Very original. Very unique. Never been one like it. Like, people lack imagination. They lack originality. Pretty awesome, actually. How ununique most people are. How lacking in creativity. Yes. Yes. Might be able to get him in one. Might be able to get him in one shot here. I think I'll get rid of that. He's just waiting to throw down another lockdown. Pass turn. I just need a bowel. I need like the main reason. Well, that'll help a little bit. Not really yet. Turn. There. That's what we look at. That's the yeah, my wife, Morgan Fairchild. Yeah, that's it. Gonna go. Aw. Hopefully he doesn't kill that right off the bat. Hmm? Hmm? Okay. Okay. I think he's gonna kill my... Okay, that's fine. Oh yeah, he's cooked, Jet. He's absolutely... Maybe? Dang it! Oh, you dirty, dirty dog. Here we go. Yes. Maybe? Is this it? All over? We attack with everything? Oh yeah. What the French? Are you serious, dude? Like, really? Like, why isn't it letting me do that? That doesn't make any sense at all, Cat. Oh, because that one wasn't... Oh, got it. Okay. Okay. Well, my Oppo is at 8 life, so there's that. Yikes. This deck's really good, man. 3 life, chat. Alright. Gotta get him now. I need a creature. Ooh, wait. Nope. I think I'm still cooked. Ooh, wait. Oh, yep. I think I'm cooked. Nope. Maybe. Oh, no, because that's 5 mana. And I don't have haste. He might have me here. Yeah, he's got me. He's gonna get rid of... Oh, no! I'm glad I didn't quit. See, that's what happens, right? Quitters never win and winners never quit. I mean, it just kind of lets you know, like, if you just hang on, you know? You don't give up. You never know what your opponent has in their hand, or you never know what's going on in their minds, right? Oh, speaking of which, I got to reset this. You know, just when the enemy wants you to, you know, what does Sun Tzu says, that you should appear weak when you're strong and strong when you're weak, right? Interesting. Let's see. 30 black or red spells. We can do that with this deck here. All right, I've decided that if I lose 2 in a row, I switch to my alchemy deck because I think that there's something in the system that kind of prevents me from winning more than 4 or 5 games in a row. It just algorithmically automatically sets me up to hamstring me or something. I don't even know. It's conspiracy. Trust me, bro. It's conspiracy. It's big. It's big. It's conspiracy. Can we make it? I think we're gonna go think we're gonna go try to do a turn 3 Velocipede. Hopefully into a turn 4 Chandra. That'd be the goal. And I do have 2 tap lands right from the beginning. What do I gotta do? Any number of targets each discard. I'll get rid of this one. Okay, alright. Yep. This is perfect. Maybe if we don't lose our elf, we'll have a turn 4 Chandra. And we'll be swinging for 5. Trample. Okay. There it is. Yep. Yep. He's going to cast it again. Now, this sucks because I really don't want to get rid of my tap. Kind of have to. It's literally the same deck I was just batting. Crazy, isn't it? Literally the same crappy net deck and lack of imagination.
Check out these wheels. Keep up the pace.
Meanwhile, this deck I've never seen anyone use. Never seen anyone use this deck. Not even close. Original. So original. It's like an artist created it. You know, net decker's gonna net deck. You know what I'm saying? Net deck's got a net deck. Okay. Sure. Do this. I think I'm gonna cancel.
Trash to triumph.
Oh shit. Oh no! Oh, I should have made another one. This can go like this. Yep. This can go like this. I only get to swing
Can't
for
give
9.
up.
Okay. Sure. What do I get a feeling? Raise the Past is coming up, or Remember the Past, or whatever. Yep. Okay. So that's what happens when the deck actually does what it's supposed to do. That's 2 in a row, chat. Uh-oh. We get dangerously close to 4 or 5 wins in a row. We'll go on a 6 loss skid. Where my deck just suddenly stops producing what it should produce. All right, turn 1, elves. Turn 2, Balth. Yeah, we'll give this one a shot. Here, turn 1, elf. Turn 2, Balthier and Fran. Turn 4, Chandra. Looking good for us, chat. Alright, get him on a 3-turn clock now. Oh yeah, this is another Remember the Past. It's ridiculous. Okay. But basically he doesn't really care to lose stuff. It doesn't matter to him. I think we do this, chat. We do this.
If this is the competition, let's see how fast it goes.
And I think we do this for this. This. Oh, shoot. No. Oh, I blew it. Oh, I blew it. I could have swung for another 4.
Out of my way.
Oh, what was I doing? I should have done that. Oh, what did I do? They gave that. Oh, I screwed that up. Damn it. Oh, it's so much more damage. Yeah, I could have been swinging for 13 damage, chat. Didn't think it. There goes that. That's Alright, so we're gonna put this out here, right? So this is going to tap that, right? That makes that.
My team's got me covered.
That goes there.
No
I'm gonna
breaking
swing.
till the end.
Okay. Oh, I kind of low-key blew it again, chat. Yeah, I should have tapped that for that. I could have attacked twice. Yeah, you might have a board clear, so I'm not gonna. This game could have been over last turn easily, or this at least definitely this turn.
Rev 'em up.
Okay.
Go, go, go!
Auto pay. Yeah, I screwed up so many times. This game could have been over like 2 turns ago, basically. Should have been anyway. I will guess that you might see something kind of similar to this. I'm trying to think of like, I know Ultima would be a good counter to it because it would kill my vehicles and my creatures. With the exception of making them indestructible. All right, guys, we got like 6 hours and like 50 minutes until full on reset. Might have, should have re-rolled this one. Uh-oh. Can't cast anything on their turns. A little too fast here. That stays alive. If that stays alive, we can sweep the board with a flame, with a Nibelheim flame. Perfect. Oh, perfect. Yeah. Oh, he didn't even attack? Rage quit in 3, 2. Maybe? Here.
Race is over, you're all gonna be. Let's see how fast it goes. Keep up the pace.
When it's at 8. Whenever another creature controlled with power 2 or less enters, each opponent loses 1 life gain. Okay. Alright, that. Activated abilities of artifact creatures and planeswalkers. Oh wow, what? You gotta be kidding me. Gotta be kidding me. Like the exact. Exact antithesis. well, there's 4 wins in a row, so let's see what happens. This is about where I was last night, and then I went on like a 6-game losing skid with the same exact deck. It just mysteriously stopped performing. Well, maybe it's time to switch over to my alchemy deck. Yeah, let's see. Can't be afraid to mulligan bad hands, though. This would be kind of slow. Kind of a bad hand. And this slows me down 1 whole turn. But the upside could be pretty good. I think I'm mulligan that. Yep, there we go. Probably the right choice. Keep this. Drop 1 elf. Turn 2 lumbering world wagon. Gives me an extra land. Maybe I'll get a Chandra turn 4. Yep. Take action. Go to the mountain. Like to see it. 1. Yep. Let's get rid of it now. No attack. Let's see. Next turn. 3, 4. Next turn after that, I can swing with the wagon. Perhaps. Okay. Ooh, perfect. This is actually really helpful. Nice. Okay, take action. We'll go ahead and go forced out this time. 6-4 coming at you. Okay. End turn. I think next turn they're probably going to leave something back to block. Definitely a bird deck. Uh-oh. Lieutenant Dan, ice cream. Okay. All right. Wow. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeesh. Say we do this. Yeah. Say we do this. And he's probably gonna block with. Probably gonna block with both of them. He's smart, he would. No, he does not. Ooh, he must have something good, chat. What does he have? Is he gonna get me this turn? Okay. Uh-oh. Does he have a kick or something? If he kicks my 3/3, I'm kind of screwed. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, that's it. Game. Jeez. The chickens got me. Nice. Oh my goodness. That's cool. Now he's just showing off, chat. Alright, he's doing it for the content. We're gonna let him, because that's cool. It's cool to let him do this content, especially if he's streaming right now. Iorinimaru. I don't know what that means. Yowza. That hurt. That didn't feel good. Alright, so we got our one loss now. Alright, well, as predicted. As predicted. Not gonna let us win more than 4 in a row, is it? Not with the same deck anyway. Alright, here we go. Off from your rank. Get some let's get some dragons in play here. The thing I do like about this deck is it's very versatile. If I can get my mana kind of going. This deck's a lot of fun. Lot of fun, chat. A lot of fun. Alright. Not a bad start. Turn 1, Ridgeline. Turn 2, Island to give us perhaps Dispelling Exhale. Kind of hoping we opponent goes first. Uh-oh. This might be awkward. I guess we'll keep it though. Awkward. That's good. Let's see, for the end of the turn. Sure. I'm gonna say land. Land I was hoping. Turn. I probably should have said, I probably should have held on to that. Oh, what was I doing? Dang it. Countered that. Wasn't even paying attention. Exile the... I don't know, maybe he's got something big he's going to try to cast right here. Ooh, I like that. That would be kind of big. We're gonna go ahead and deal that. So, I don't think so. Hopefully not. No heist for you. Maybe. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Guess he does heist me twice. Dang it. You got me, chat. You got me. I'm gonna make a heist deck one of these days. It looks like a lot of fun, actually. Triumphant Getaway. I don't even know if I have any of those. When this enchantment enters, heist target opponent's library twice. Whenever you cast the spell, you don't own. Each opponent loses 2 life, you gain 2 life. I think I gotta at least play one of these, right? Huh, you got 3 lands. Oh, that's awesome. Miss Elizabeth. Good morning, GS. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. I'll be watching on the TV. Alex has a bit of running about today, but he'll probably have you in the car. Well, thank you very much. Wishing you nothing but the best. I do appreciate that. Alright, let's see. It's unexpected, but it's good to see you. Okay. So I did. That's why it's unexpected. I'm very happy to see you, though. I'm very happy to see you. I think I responded to it. I believe I did. My condolences, and my heart is with you guys. So he's got 2 cards in his hand. Say next. No attack and turn. Listen, hopefully he doesn't have a counter spell here. That would be not good for me. That's okay. It'd be even worse if he uses one of my own counter spells. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies. No whammies. Looks a little nervous. I think it triggers even if he counters it. Yeah, I think it will. Maybe? I wish nothing but the best for you. Yep, use my own counter spell against me. I think it still triggers though, chat. I think? Yep. Land. I'm gonna say non-land. Block with both. What deck did I cook up this morning? Well, this is my Alchemy Dragons deck. I have a vehicular manslaughter deck that I'm working on. I'm just switching because if I win too many games in a row, it seems like it pairs me up where I can't win. It doesn't seem to like it. It doesn't seem to like letting me win, if that makes any sense. Oh no! Again, used my own card against me, chat. How dare he? Oh, there we go. That helps. Put that out. And next. And then I got, this is my, basically I call it like my Izzet's Dragon deck. It's an alchemy deck. Where I use, yeah. Oh, he's gonna get it anyway, chat. I can't bounce it. I need one more mana to be able to bounce it. Dude is like using all my cards against me, man. Oh, the heist deck. You gotta love it. Dang it.
One step in the stratagem.
What does the blue card in your hand do? I got a lot of blue cards in my hand, bro. So whenever you sacrifice another creature, so you sacrifice another creature, it's indestructible. Turn. Yikes. Alright, we might be cooked here, chat. Sacrifice another creature. Okay, only creatures. Come on, tap some more mana, bro. Tap out. You know you want to. How you doing this morning, Dane? Do you play Magic the Gathering? Whenever this... Oh, great. Of course. Whenever this creature deals combat damage for a player, heist. Okay. Enough. I mean, I can put that back into his hand next turn, but... Yeah, this deck that I'm working with right now is a 63% win rate. It's 40 and 24 currently. I guess worst case scenario is I'll be able to replace my Cunning Azure Drake. So, oh, wait, hold on. Ooh, yes, here we go. I think I get a land, chat. That's fine. Oh, what? You gotta be kidding me, man. Let's get a land. Yep. Go ahead and block that. Take one. Okay. Next turn, I cast Ugin. Get rid of that. Oh, goodness. I gotta get rid of that, don't I? Oh, I can get rid... No, I can't get rid of both. Dang it. Oh, there we go. Another 2 damage there. Oh, biscuit. Oh, here we go, chat. Oh, they both come in tapped. You got it. No shot. Oh, that's so wrong, dude. All right, here we go. Got to do this. Man, it sucks so bad. They both come into play tapped. Oh, I could have gotten Ugin. That goes back. That goes back. I could have gotten Ugin, and then I could have activated it for the Dragon Globe. Son of a biscuit. Oh, that would have been so good. They got haste. Oh my goodness. What even is that? What did it do to me? Got haste? Sure. Okay. I'm at 3 life, chat. I can still do this? Maybe? Allegedly in Minecraft? Let's see, when this creature dies, put all cards exiled with it onto the battlefield under their owner's control. Exile all mountain cards from your library when you do this. Okay. Well, that's a good way to thin your deck. So he's tapped out. I've got an Ugin. I can't heal myself, but I can... Yikes. I mean, it almost seems like I might need to get rid of the Triumphant Gateway, but I can't. I do have to... Yep. Have to do that. opponent's doing a lot of thinking, I think. Well, it seems like it, man. Wait a minute, what? Did you just help? Oh, shoot. Is that going to kill me? No? Did this guy just help me out? It's indestructible, but that exile doesn't stop indestructible. You might have just helped me, bro. Oh, he might have just helped me. Uh-oh. Maybe not. Okay. Now I'm gonna... I thought I was gonna be able to get rid of that.
There is clarity.
Dang it. Oh, if you hadn't have casted that, I think I would have been alright.
Many arcane ritual.
Yeah, I think I'm cooked.
Preparation.
He's got a good game.
Success.
Oh, what a game. Oh, what a game. Oh, if I could have got rid of that, I would have been alright. Well, not alright, but there you go. There's a loss. Alright, we're gonna go back to our standard. Let's get our vehicular manslaughter on here, chat. Felchi. Not really ideal, but sure. We're good. Turn to keen-eyed. Things happen. Thanks again. That takes some of his life gain and card draw away. That's a good thing. The beginning of your combat. Okay, that's problematic. Okay. Oh, my eyes. Yikes. Slap the forest down. There we go. I like that. That's good, man. Turn. Okay. Sure. Okay. Ugh. Eesh. That's lifelink too. That's not gonna be good. All right, no block. Um. Okay. Action. So grab a mountain out. Go ahead and activate this thing. I know it's got summoning sickness. On purpose, for a purpose. Alright, here we go. What's up, Tim? Good to see you this morning. Hope you're doing well. You can say hi to Miss Elizabeth. She is watching from her TV. Keeping her company today. Alright, my opponent cannot block. Right? This is great. So to do this, right? Do this. And we do this. This. All right. My opponent saw the writing on the wall. Howdy, Miss Elizabeth. We miss you. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right. Well, because Miss Elizabeth is watching, I want to make sure that she is somewhat entertained. So today we're going to do a little bit of a kind of a review. This is Candace Owens debating a bunch of feminists. So this should be okay. So her first claim is this is what she's being debated, that it's made women less happy, being all, this whole revolution, you can just spread your legs and kind of do whatever you want, and there's no repercussions, and you can be a boss babe, and you can have your hot girl summer till you're like 32. Then you can be all panicked and try to find a man who's willing to settle down with a 100 count, hoe, 305. You know what I'm saying? Oh, then when all else fails, you run and you become a born again Christian, and then you run to the church and you find some mid-ranged, kind of average looking dude that's got a steady paycheck. He's got a modest house, and you're desperate for his attention, because you don't want to be alone the rest of your life. Or you can be like my wife, and you can give your husband the most fruitful years of your life, and he will reward you by being a loyal, dutiful husband that stays by your side in your aging years, when you're no longer burgeoning with virility or fertility, rather. I would be the virile one. So it's like it's a trade-off, right? So like these women that give themselves to their men when they're younger and they have offspring and the prodigy and the legacy and all these things, there should be a reward for that, I think. Right? There should be a reward for that. What's up, Dove? Good to see you. And the man should be loyal to her when she gets a little bit older and her eggs are no longer viable or non-existent. So it's a trade-off, right? It's all about trade-offs. But we're going to see whether or not these people engage in the premise or if they ignore the premise. Here we go. So the premise is she's surrounded by, I think, 30 kind of like, well, we just call them libtards for lack of a better terminology. But liberals or, in this case, supposed to be feminists. But, I mean, it's all pretty much the same ideological kind of goofiness, I guess is the right word. I don't even know. But here we go. You know, it's kind of funny. I had some detractors that came in earlier. And, you know, my wife left to work about, probably about 40 minutes ago. And I started work about 40 minutes ago, too. This isn't my job, by the way. This is my work. Working on my brand. I'm putting in my time. I'm putting in my effort in hopes that it will build to something greater. I think I've added about 40 subscribers in the last week and a half, 2 weeks. And that's really exponentially like huge for me. If you are watching this and you're not sure whether you want to subscribe or whether you like my content or not, I do appreciate it if you would. I am very engaging with my audience that are engaging in good faith. Other than that, yeah, I try to work really hard. I try to do the Tim Pool method of, you know, just put in the work, put in the work, put in the work, put in the work, and eventually you'll have success. But you got to stick to it, right? You got to keep working at it. So that's kind of like my motivation. That's kind of where I'm at in my mentality of this whole scenario is I want to put in the work. So, it is funny that as a retired disabled vet, combat vet at that, I'm being criticized for making choices in my life. It's such an interesting juxtaposition of people that claim to have their lives all figured out and that would presume to tell me how I should live my life while they're in my channel castigating me for my life choices. It would seem to me that if you're so concerned with my life choices, then you don't have much of a life of your own. I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Do you think that there's some truth to the fact that detractors come in and criticize the choices you make in your life on a channel that they don't have to click on, but they choose to click on it? I mean, nothing says I'm crushing in my life quite like going into some loser's channel and telling them that they're a loser. Oh, it's brilliant.
It is the very fact that like the sexual revolution happened.
Oh, by the way, in case you didn't understand, apparently I'm the loser that they're coming into my channel as winners to tell me that I'm a loser. That's hilarious, chat. Just unpack that for a second. Just unpack the fact that my channel is such a insignificant channel that they take time out of their day to come in and tell me that my channel's nothing. That's a really cool cope, dude. Thanks for confirming that it is something.
That made our access to the workplace much more, or just the public sphere in general, much more easy.
It's hilarious.
So, like, without the sexual revolution, women would be much more confined to
Dove says, feminist, first thing in the morning? Dang.
the place where they're at the most danger. Isn't that true?
So you think that, just so I'm
I
trying to get the argument here, you
I
think
choose
that
coffee.
We didn't have the sexual.
That's synonymous with joy. I don't know. Scroll back, Tim. I don't know if you can see the comments that were left earlier. It's kind of hilarious how much cope is going on. It's actually really hilarious.
Revolution, less women or more women would be murdered. Are you saying that women are
More
being...
women would be murdered for sure.
Okay. I disagree with that.
Yeah, but I actually ignored them. I mean, I'm speaking broadly and generally, so I guess maybe I'm not super ignoring them, but you know, I basically just told them my policy now is to just let you sit there and scream into the void, not feed the troll. But it's just not lost on me how funny it is. How absolutely funny it is. That they would invest some parts of their day to come in and tell me my channel sucks, or I suck as a human being, or I'm not doing anything important. I mean, nothing tells me that your life is crushing, dude, quite like coming in to tell me my life is nothing.
I still don't think it has anything to do with the claim that women are infinitely less happy
Yes,
because
exactly.
of sexual revolution,
Exactly,
which
Tim.
has
I think
devalued
you'd
women.
probably be less happy if you're being murdered.
But it's funny, though, isn't it? You'd be less happy being murdered. Well, you wouldn't know because you're dead. And it's a power structure. Everybody knows it's a power structure. Typical blockhead coming in, attacking women since he can't get himself one to ride his toy scooter. I don't think that's who that is, man. I don't think that's who that is. I really don't. I don't think so. Alex says, I was just at the church speaking to the minister, just talking, taking a few minutes to collect myself. Well, Alex, like I said, I'm really sorry that I didn't want to share any of the information. That's your story to tell. Understand there's a lot of evil or malcontents, and just understand that our hearts and our thoughts are with you from my area. And listen, it's tough, man. It's tough. It really is. All right, I gotta take this hoodie off, man, because it's getting hot in her. Oh yeah, that's really, yeah. My mom always she raised me to not mourn her loss. My dad, right? My mom has told me on several occasions, my goal as a parent is to raise you so that you don't miss me when I'm gone, that you'll be fine without me. And it was a really hard thing for me to reconcile. Really hard thing for me to reconcile but I understood what she meant by it. Overall, right? I understood the message of it. As a parent, your job is to produce children that can swim on their own, that don't have to be coddled constantly, right? That just can go deal with life. I think it's a powerful thing. Let's see. I think I get rid of this. I think that's the right call to make here. So, I don't know. My mom is an insanely strong woman. She is still with me. I did lose my dad a couple of years ago. He went pretty suddenly. And it's not an easy thing. I think anyone that says it is an easy thing is foolish to say such a thing. We're going to do this. We're going to do that.
Whether or not you...
They 4 times more likely. Why? Wait, what the hell? How come it didn't make a copy of that? It was supposed to make a copy of that. Son of a biscuit? Oh, I think I drew cards. Never mind.
Our parents teach us how to cross the street. Look both ways so you can get the other side unharmed. When a boy comes across...
Yes, okay. Do you hear what this libtard just said? Our parents taught us to look both ways before we cross the street. Fast forward to 2025 through, I don't know, the last 5, 6, 8 years. These idiots don't listen to mom's good advice. They stand in the street, chat. They stand in the street. Fast forward. The advice must have failed, chat. It must have failed, right?
Feeling, and I'm using men and boys here because they're the ones suffering. women are too, but emotionally.
So
When
now you
they
care
come
about
across a
men and
feeling
boys
they
like that.
haven't felt before, we have to teach them how to get to the other side and cope with it. Otherwise, they stay where they are. That anger and resentment builds.
That's part of being a man. You just fucking cope, lady. Why don't you scan your fucking lane and get out of a man's echelon? That's not your area of expertise. I can't tell you how to be a woman other than I can tell you what my preferences are. I would prefer a sandwich engineer with a smile on her face. That's what I would prefer. But something tells me this crazy cat lady with cat litter all over her shoulders is not going to be a good sandwich maker. I'm just going to take an educated guess. So it would never work out between her and I. Well, unless she submitted to me, in which case I don't think that that's going to happen. She'd be a lot happier if she did actually submit to a man. But the chances of her submitting to a man are probably slim and none, right? I mean, can we just be objective?
That's the feeling they become.
Thus, Candace's first premise that women are unhappy because of the sexual revolution. They were lied to. They were told, go get your purse, go get your this, go get your that, chat. And it was a lie. Now they're miserable. That's Candace's whole premise. That's her whole P1. Sexual revolution has ruined happiness and joy for women. P2, hence they're on more SSSIs. Conclusion, we should do away with sexual freedoms and stuff like that. And women need boundaries in order to prosper and excel in life. That is insane, dude. They can't read.
That is in large part due to feminism. Women don't even focus. Women don't even focus. Like there's this.
Yeah, I mean, you know what would be hilarious, actually? You know what would be hilarious if they invited all these people back and gave them a box of Kraft macaroni and cheese and said, make this edible. Go. Task, standards, and condition. Task, make a box of macaroni, Kraft macaroni and cheese. Conditions, given this kitchen, given a pot, given access to water, milk, butter, here's your conditions. Standard is I don't want to puke when I put it in my mouth.
There's this idea that women shouldn't be cooking. Like there's something fundamentally wrong with women even learning how to cook.
Are you
know what I
spending
mean?
as much time with your children as you possibly can?
Yes, but Candace Owens isn't talking from the exception point of view. She's talking from the generalization point of view, MC. And that's what a lot of people don't want to understand. She understands that her life is an exception to the rule. She's not saying you can do what I'm doing if you just stay at home and knock out babies, because she didn't do that. She's saying that the metrics are if you do X, you'll have a much happier, more fulfilled life. According to all the things that these people like to spout, sociologist, psychologist, therapist, women's studies, children, women, infant and children planning, according to the metrics, according to statistics, according to anyone that has two eyes, well, anyone that has any ability to sense any kind of data and pay attention to what's going on in the world around him would understand that when a man is living in his purpose, he lives a more purposeful life. When a woman is living in her purpose, she lives a more purposeful, fulfilled life. Now, I'm not saying what that purpose is. That's up to the man and that's up to the woman. Now, by and large, on the aggregate, one could make an assertion or an assessment that this is what purpose is for the average man. This is what purpose is for the average woman. But then, well, I'm not the average. I don't do this. I hate that crap. I hate it. My name on my main channel is generally specific. I generalize in order to expedite the argument. I don't have time to take an audit. I don't have time to query every single human being on the planet before I make an assertion about something to be truthful. I just don't. You know that song, whoops, there goes another rubber tree plant. Whoops, another woman was born. I guess I can't take an audit on women because, another one was just born. I guess, I got to throw that data out. Another one was just born. Well, I won't be able to talk to her until she's old enough to understand the human language in order to ask these questions. Whoop, another rubber tree, another rubber tree, another rubber tree. I mean, it's insufferable to try to logic with some people. Mostly women don't get logic. I'm sorry. Women mostly do not understand logic. And I'm glad that they don't, because then they'd be like dudes. I'm not trying to get with a dude. I'd rather be with a woman. I'd rather understand that there are intangibles that a woman brings to the table that a man does not bring to the table. There are aspects to the softening the rough edges of the world that the civilization that women bring to a culture that make cultures and civilizations worth living in. Do you understand that? Thank God for women. Literally, thank you, God, for women.
Matriarchy, not
there it is.
patriarchy.
Did it. We did the thing, chat. So the next claim is we live under a matriarchy, not under a patriarchy. I would argue that because of egalitarian, the West egalitarian belief system of give women a voice, give women a choice, give women freedom, let women decide for themselves. It's just this plethora of choices for women makes it so that oftentimes their brains can't keep up with it and they just shut down. Oh my God, you sound like a misogynist for saying that. It is true. Women, like, watch a woman, like, sit down, listen. Okay, here we go. Now, if you are the exception, just stop. Don't even say, well, I don't do that. I don't do that. Okay. Just sit down and hand the remote to your wife and say, do you want to pick out a movie for us to watch on TV? And imagine you have a plethora of choices ahead of you from, Amazon Prime to Netflix. I mean, think of all the possible places that she can go scouring for just the right, perfect freaking movie to watch. Meanwhile, you're like, that's a great movie. Why don't we watch it? No. And she's skimming and skimming and skimming. See, here's the thing. A plurality of choices, right, is a problem for women. Instagram. They can put their pictures out on Instagram, and they've got dudes all over the world commenting, slipping into the DMs. There's this plurality of choice in their lives. They have options. They have a plethora of options. And the problem with women having a plethora of options is this. They're never satisfied. They skip to the next. They go to the right. They go to the right. They scroll to the right. They pass, because they think the next guy is going to be better. The next movie will be the perfect movie. The next dress will be the perfect dress. The next fingernail polish will be the perfect fingernail polish. The next makeup will be the perfect makeup. They get overwhelmed with too many choices. They don't want choices. What they want are strong men that say, get in the car or get dressed up, baby. Why? What's going on? Don't worry about it. Just get dressed up. I'm taking you out. Well, where are we going? Oh, you'll like it when we get there. Not where do you want to go to eat? What do you want to go do? You just get in the car. We're going somewhere. It's an adventure. Women want an adventure. Women want a strong man that says, this is the direction we're going, and they go in it. It allows a woman to rest in her femininity when a man learns how to exist in his masculinity. But unfortunately, in today's day and age, they call that toxicity. They call you toxic for being everything that makes a man a man. And then they try to castigate women for being feminine by relabeling it something different and calling it feminism, in which it's actually toxic. It's toxic femininity trying to take on a masculine trait of something that's not inherently existing within the female genome. So everyone's blurred. Everyone's confused, right? Exactly. MC says, I love the adventures. Surprise me. So just stop me when I'm not making sense. I mean, I don't know. I just celebrated my 28th wedding anniversary. I'm not bragging. I give all the glory to God because I'm a Muppet, and I probably tried to jack up my marriage. I can't count how many times. But for the grace of God, I'm still married. We've been together for going on 35 years now. I'm not bragging. I'll boast on the cross, right? That's what I'll boast on. Thank God that he was looking out for me long before I became a Christian, long before I understood who God really was. I think I knew, but long before I acknowledged and I gave thanks to God. I give the glory to God. I don't take credit for it. Like I said, I'm a Muppet, and I tried to screw it up so many times in the past, it's ridiculous. And left to my own designs and to my own power, without divine intervention at times, I'm sure that I would have mucked it up. Right? So, I mean, listen, the left is all about the authority of the degree, the authority of the college that they went to, the authority of the job title that they have. But when I say, well, I've been with the same woman successfully for going on 35 years, and yes, there have been peaks and there have been valleys, maybe I might have something to say about the matter. Maybe I might have there might be some validity into the things that I'm stating, the observations that I've made, having spent so much time with the same woman. Maybe there's some there. Okay? But you know what? Maybe I'm all wrong. Maybe I've got it completely wrong. Maybe I'm just an idiot who got lucky. I mean, they say it's better to be good than or better to be lucky than good, right? I don't give the gimme women. I don't like the gimme women. Yeah, exactly. Depending on a woman's social circle, 24/7 with the kids and home is the only world she's allowed to be in. You seem to give that woman leeway to have other interests. That's not sure where that's coming from. Tim says, call me old-fashioned or a male chauvinist. I really don't care. I enjoy a woman who stands and works besides me to provide a home for our family. Yep. MC says, I remember the great example of a mom. She had a lot of kids. Her private time was when she put her apron over her head. The kids weren't allowed to bother her during her private time. Yep, there it is. I love adventures. MC says, Tim, just by the way you and Dove interact and chat, I can assume you treat her very well. Miss MC, I will be the first to admit I am an amazing a-hole, but Dove accepts that trait also. Yeah.
Love that. So.
No, you don't. Wait, what the did she just say? Is that a dude? Hold on.
Yo.
Nice to meet
Oh, what in the heck did I just hear? Chat. What did I just hear?
Hi. Hello.
Nice to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Princella, the Queen Maker. Love that. So.
I'm Princella. Princella, the Queen Maker. We was kings, chat. Hey, we was kings. How could you all be kings and queens, dude? Do you not understand, like, kings and queens? How'd you get conquered then? I mean, did you not have a kingdom fighting to keep you free? Wait, what happened? What happened? Kings and queens. We was kangs. MC says, GS, it seems you were okay with Morning Mist having other interests, that she wasn't chained to the home. Every person needs a break. Well, the interesting thing is my wife actually rather enjoyed being a homemaker when I was in the military. When we were in Germany, we had a COLA, cost of living allowance, that made it really, really easy for my wife to stay at home and keep house. She didn't have to get a job. When we came back to the States, the COLA went away basically. And even though the cost of living in Kentucky is what it is, we really struggled. It's because of the wage deflation of doubling the workforce that makes it so a man cannot work a job and provide for his entire family, to include 2 weeks of vacation a year, a car, 2 cars in the garage, a color TV, white picket fence, 4 or 5 kids. There used to be a time where a man could provide all these things. But due to competition, and this is by design, my wife has to work in some instances. Now, would she still choose to work? I don't know. I think some days she'd rather just stay at home, curl up in some comfy PJs, eat some bonbons, and watch Netflix. Who wouldn't in some instances? Who wouldn't get incredibly bored with just sitting at home in some instances? Right? There were sometimes things were necessary, and that's what a Proverbs 31 woman is supposed to do. That's what a Proverbs 31 woman is supposed to be. Flexible. Pretty cut and dry. All right, I'm gonna go let the puppies out and relieve my bladder. There's a lot of places in Africa you could look about that. All over southern parts of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, matter of fact. Lots of Somalia. That's a great example. Look all over the West now in Europe. Watch all the Somali men assaulting and beating on all the Western women, putting their hands on women that don't come from their culture, that aren't their people. Just helping themselves to the Western women. And meanwhile, Western men are either frickin' too estrogen laden to put up any kind of a defense, or they're sick and tired of the Western women acting like your dumbass, shitting all over Western men to the point where they don't feel like frickin' lifting a hand. This is what y'all wanted. This is what y'all get. Enjoy the barbarian at the gate. Hope you like the whole 50 Shades of Grey scenario, because that's coming to you, whether you like it or not. Unfortunately, the guy who's doing the 50 Shades of Grey, it's not a guy with his own private jet and his own billion-dollar corporation. No. It's a guy in a rundown, shitty freaking single-wide trailer with holes in the floor who's got you tied up in some back room. Congratulations. This is what your Muppet ass wanted. Now you enjoy it. Suck it up, Buttercup. Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy ride.
1% of women have been sexually assaulted. 1 in 6 have been raped. 1 in 4 women are the victims of domestic violence. 98%.
But here's the funny thing. So there's an implicit entailment with what she's saying. She's not saying who's doing these things. But the entailment is white men are bad. That's the entailment here. Have a good day, Miss Kelly. Oh, no, you're still staying. Tim and them are leaving. The entailment is, or it seems to me, that the entailment seems to be white men are bad. Okay? It's all white men.
And of perpetrators of rape and sexual assault are men. 95% of perpetrators of domestic violence.
Yes, and often it's men towards other men. I don't disagree with that statement, but if you want to talk about even low levels of violence, who has more of a propensity to be violent? Women. Who has more access to society, to raise society? Women. Who has more access to teaching our children and molding them at younger age? Women. You don't like society? Go look in the fucking mirror, because you're fucking the problem. You don't like the way young men are being raised? Look in the fucking mirror. Women have more access to our children than any other demographic. Who run the world? Beyonce song. Who run the world? Girls. Okay. Now we know who to blame for the dumpster fire. You're not fucking victims. You're fucking perpetrators.
Violence are men. Handles that.
Actually, it's not that clear. Actually, lady, I just explained to you that a woman is far more likely to be violent with everyone else in her life than a man is, because there's a strength that comes with being a man that requires temperance. Because if a man were to run around and act as violent as a woman, and a woman often uses her full strength and still is ineffective when it comes to hurting, a man especially, that makes them think in their mind, oh, well, man up. You should be able to take a punch. You should be able to take a slap in the face. You should be able to take me scratching you or pulling your hair. Man up. Don't be such a pussy. Do you see how it's like a kind of a no-win situation for men, and women just are bailed out constantly? They don't have to be accountable or responsible for basically anything that they do. That society always puts a a social safety net for women to fail and succeed still somehow, to be able to dust themselves off and pick themselves up. Where I say, like a cat falling from great heights, landing gingerly on all four paws and walking away relatively unhurt or unscathed. Never underestimate a woman's ability to land on her back in any situation to find safety and security again.
1 out of 3 rapes go reported, and then
Well, that sounds really horrible. That sounds like a really disgusting, sexist thing to say. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Can women use their sexuality to get a man? Can women bat their little baby blues eyelashes, show a little leg, show a little cleavage, sway a hip a certain way, dress a certain provocative way? Can a woman just go into a bar at 3 o'clock in the morning, look at one dude who's probably way above her league and go, "You want to?" And chances are he's probably going to go, "Yeah, it beats using my hand. So yeah, I'll chuck my salami down your Lincoln Tunnel. Sure. Show me where I'm wrong." Well, what you're saying sounds really disgusting. It sounds like you're being hateful towards women. No, I'm being objectively and truthfully honest with you. I respect you enough, chat, to tell you the truth. If you want someone to lie to you, there's plenty of libtard channels out there. They'll lie to you all day long. They'll tell you, "Yes, queen, slay queen. You can be a boss babe, get that purse, and be a CEO, and be a successful mom. You can do it all, babe. You can do it all." I'm going to tell you, no, you can't. You might want to pick a lane. You better figure out what it is that's going to make you happy. Because the state says it's one thing. In reality, right when you hit about 30, 31, 32, and your biological clock starts kicking, and then you start looking around going, there ain't going to be anyone here to look after me when I can't look after myself. There's going to be no one to mourn my loss because I am an all alone spinstress who put the bag in front of family, who went and chased a career over a family. Life's about choices. Choices have consequences. If you know what the consequences likely are to be and you still make the choice, you chose the consequence. Are you guys invested in this, or are you guys bored to tears as I am? I'm freaking bored, dude. I'm just bored. I don't know. I'm finding this very boring. It's the same overused trope from the same overused tropians saying the same overused tropey-ish kind of stuff. Let's listen to some music or something. What do you think? There we go. Yeah. I got 3.5 hours to try to make it into Mythic before the season resets. I don't know if I can do it or not, chat. Uh-oh, we got chocobos. We got das chocobos, chat. Yeah, Candace was just getting annoying to me. I don't know, the whole thing was just kind of like a waste of my time. Here we go. Let's get the Crucible crash out. This would be hilarious, man. There we go, chat. You ready? There we go. Go visit the Crucible if you like this content. Find the Crucible.
What's that pen you huff on?
Funny you ask.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's right. It's the pen meltdown.
What's that pen you huff on?
Funny you ask.
Anxiety.
Let me.
Okay, get it right, buddy. Anxiety.
Just give me a minute, Socrates. It's
Why,
an
you're
anxiety pin. In fact, it's my anxiety pin.
Yeah, well, he gives you a lot of anxiety. Why?
That ain't the right clip. That ain't the right one. The right clip, he melts down for a long time. We want the long form meltdown here. Who's got the clip? Somebody send me the clip.
And berate me over something that I don't do.
There we go. There we go. This is more better.
I'm sorry that I have anxiety.
Buffalo,
okay, and honestly, yeah, it's kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay, so cut this. It's not a vape. All right, it's an anxiety pin, and God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is, at this point, getting ridiculous.
Yeah, it's got to be an act, right? That ain't real. Come on. Right? That's not real, right, chat?
I got roped in with Dusk Till Dawn as well. Doesn't get brought up enough. The plot switch is intense. True. Hey, a lot of women say clips over a minute can hurt. Bro. Hey, clips over a minute doesn't get brought up enough. The plot switch is intense. True. Hey, a lot of women say clips over a minute can hurt. Bro.
I needed that this morning.
I have my anxiety smoke right here.
It's weird,
yeah,
bro.
he's trolling.
Come on.
For sure. Well, at least he's playing it off like a troll.
Yeah.
I've been trying to find the long form to see what led up to this, because you can tell, depending on what's going on, if this was an actual freak out or if it was the case that he just was playing in on a joke. I don't know which.
Pin. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay, so cut this.
Now you see why he has a bald spot in the back of his head. There's a lot of them, by the way. They got that. It's like right here. They got that.
Friar, the Friar Tuck.
Like the Friar Tuck.
There it is. Yeah, there it is.
Friar bald spot.
Friar
Dean
Tuck.
has one of
Andrew and I.
It's not a vape.
Simpatico.
It doesn't have the luscious, gorgeous head of hair that your
Ouch.
humble and magnanimous host has.
There it is.
All right, it's an anxiety pin.
Andrew Wilson has to be a show watcher, chat. He copies my own lies, saying the most handsome, humble host that ever existed on the interwebs, chat.
And God,
man, I really need a board
that
clear.
I've asked you to respect me and
Need a
respect
bounce.
my anxiety pin is at this point getting ridiculous, Cody. So please,
justified crash out
for the final and for the billionth time. Will you please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that it's an anxiety pin?
It's
Yo, what flavor is your
I think I
vape?
blocked. Don't I block
Get it
here?
right. What flavor is your vape? Yo, you really
God,
got me.
get the just
in for this.
get the out.
Yeah, I think I block here. Got
Don't
to
know.
block.
Could
Oh,
be that
come
he's
on.
trolling. Could be that he actually
Really?
did get a little bit pissed off and then just went, like try to play it off. I don't know, because I need the larger context and I can't find the actual because you would be able to tell in the lead up if it was a legit freak out or not. The anxiety.
Bafungu.
I don't work.
Yeah, Bafungu.
Living in his grandma's basement. He's always been a.
Shut the fuck up!
Say what? Was that it?
Pussy! You're a fucking pussy!
Yeah, it all checks out.
Work 7 days a week to not have the blood. Not one step back, not one day off. Honeyberry Backwoods rock. Keep pushing and don't flinch. Okay. Andrew, thought question for you. What must be true in order for us to say that something exists or does not exist? What must be true?
Come on,
like what
really?
conditionals have to be true for some? Well, the thing
Like,
has
really?
to exist. That would have to be true, right?
What the fuck are all my dragons?
I think that's the conditional.
Uh-oh. I Sprigging out, chat. Look, I can't win. I can't win too many in a row, chat.
But am I question begging though?
I can't make it into Mythic, chat. No. We can't let that happen, chat. Nope. Gotta go on a 5-game losing streak now.
Okay, get out. You get out too, you weirdo. What? Dude.
What? Do you vape? Barker, do you vape?
What?
No, it's a damn anxiety pen. Okay.
What the dude? What? Okay, Joe, you suck.
What the hell's an anxiety pin? What is it, like a pacifier for a child? Is it something is it like an oral fixation? What is it? Chat, help me out. What the hell is an anxiety pin? What the hell can this little Muppet have to be anxious about? Dude, you're barely dry behind the ears. You're still like wet behind the ears almost. What could you possibly be anxious? Oh, okay.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next guest.
I'm gonna watch it again though, just because I still think it's funny.
Ben, I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me.
Yeah, me either.
Something that I don't do.
It's called, dude. It's called like, get on with life, bro. Get on
That
with life.
looks potentially legitimate.
That one does.
And then when
yeah.
he realized that it was an optical nightmare, he backed it into trolling. But I don't know for sure.
Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do.
Man.
Yeah, it looks kind of real.
He's pretty upsetty spaghetti there. It's
upsetty spaghetti. That's what Meth Mouth Jeff likes to say.
I want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do.
Ooh, he doesn't do it. Okay. And he slammed the table a couple of times for emphasis. So you know. This is the face. The soy face.
Like who? The guy who's screaming or Andrew Wilson?
Good love telling you.
Soy
troll
face.
or not, he's a disgrace to the name.
Like Mormon face, he's got soy
so
face.
Much cooler. What a gimp. Yeah, look at Dean from Supernatural.
We have arrived. Bye, y'all. Take care, Dove.
hunting
Thanks for
werewolves.
hanging out.
Okay, he'd be out hunting werewolves.
Peace and chicken
Not on
grease.
TikTok.
Okay.
The anxiety guy. Yeah.
It's not a vape, all right? It's an anxiety pin, and
I think after this game, I'm probably gonna go heat up some lunch, and we can have lunch together, chat. How about that? How you like me now? Catch me outside.
God, the amount of times that I've
Actually, that might be funny. Let's speed it up here. Let's see how it sounds on 2x speed.
I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it's kind of fun people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do.
Well,
A little too fast, maybe.
Maybe slower. Maybe 1.5.
Here, actually, let's slow it down. That might be better.
Yeah, let's go slower.
I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully.
Oh, that's
Actually,
perfect.
It's way better like this.
Yeah.
This is like if Dean was drunk.
Yeah.
Let's see. We'll put it at half speed.
I like it.
This is drunk Dean.
I'm sorry about having
Losing his mind.
Pen. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay, so cut this. It's not a vape, all right?
He does. He sounds. Yeah, let's do it slower. Okay, that's fair. That's great.
Good
drunk,
times.
Drunk
Good times.
Dean having a freak out.
Good times, chat.
Pen. I'm sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of
It's even better.
people like you.
It gets better and better.
Up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay, so cut this. It's not a vape. All right, it's an anxiety pin, and God.
Oh, this was such a good idea, bro. This was such a. Who
that's
came
good
up?
stuff.
Wait, it was my idea. This is a great idea. Is your favorite
that's
movie
hilarious.
12 Years a Slave? Oh yeah, it's the most wonderful one ever.
God, the amount of times that I've asked asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is at this point getting ridiculous.
I think the
Oh,
0.75
it's
is the perfect speed. That's
Oh,
like
it's just too good,
he's
Jack.
basically drunk, and you can tell he's drunk. You know, at least here, right? You can if you play it at a
I
slower
can't
speed,
dust and
like
watch
that.
this hilarity
It's
at the same
perfect-
time.
This is
Well,
drunk.
I'm glad you're enjoying it because I'm
Crazy.
definitely enjoying
I'm
it.
sorry that I have anxiety. Okay, and honestly, yeah, it is kind of the fault of people like you that want to come up here and bully and berate me over something that I don't do. Okay? So cut this. It's not a vape. All right? It's an anxiety pin. And God, the amount of times that I've asked you to respect me and respect my anxiety pin is at this point getting ridiculous. Cody, so please.
Justified crash out.
For the final and for the billionth, will you please just respect the fact that it's not a vape and that it's an anxiety pin?
Man, I swear that I've been drunk
That
on
is
stream
cinema.
and sounded less drunk than he does when he play this at 0.75. You would think this generation would know to avoid acting like Anakin Skywalker. There's no chance, bro. Respect my pin, Sasu. Yeah, exactly. Over on the R side. Yeah, so theatrical. Ridiculous. These people are ridiculous.
Can I get a pin like that? No. You're not part of the generation that can get away with that. No. The answer is no. That'd be a hard no. You must suck it up and drive on. Thank you, Andrew Wilson, for letting me enjoy a little bit more of my day by checking out that little clip there. Man gets caught in front of his. Alright, what's going on? Andrew Wilson forces woke destiny to crumble live on stream after brutal takedown. Long Island audits. Back to the roots. Alright, here we go. I gotta pay attention. Yikes, chat. I think my opponent's about to rickroll me here. Alright. I don't think it's going to work out so well. There we go. There's a nice little 16-minute clip from Made by Jim Bob. Enjoy this. Shout out to Made by Jim Bob. Check out his channel.
Fine. Batty's not vetoed.
These
These
brokies don't have money.
I want to open it up. Dinkus and Caucasian Sasquatch. He's a regular.
They better be good.
The usual panel whores.
10 reasons to not convert to Orthodox.
The usual Bricky Jonesies. The usuals, chat. The usuals. Let's do this. Let's go like this, chat. And we're going to go like this. Do that.
Who did that one, I think I saw that video, though. Vatican III, but I don't think I gave it any attention.
So I know...
Jess White, another $20. Thank you so much. That's very generous of you, Jess. Appreciate. She says, let's effing go. Yeah, 10 more and you get a 40-second goal.
Goal!
You know what I like about this? It looks like Chase
But I'm
has
old
this
and
really
senile.
powerful
Okay,
firearm
back to cleaning.
Right now, the arm. Check that out. He's like holding an arm.
Fair enough.
It's holding fire.
It seems like things are still leaning kind of the classical foundationalist route, right?
That's right. Okay, we got another 10 in. Oh, we'll let David Attenborough.
Keep it up, funny man.
I will keep it up.
Keep it up, funny man.
Thank you for that. Thank you for calling me a funny man.
Keep it up, funny man. Make me a balloon animal, funny man. Make me a balloon animal. Funny man.
Well, to be fair...
Oh, don't say to be fair. Hate when people say to be fair.
Oh, to be fair.
To be fair. To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
Oh, to be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair. To be fair.
To be fair.
To be
Man, let's try to be fair, guys. Can we be fair?
I realize I'd rather be called funny than smart.
That's a fact.
Right, where it's like, okay, well, I have these axioms that I start with, and they don't need to be justified because I can do things and they're repeatable and they're pragmatic. Is that kind of right?
Let's try to make him use.
Okay.
Let's try to make him use
The
something
issue
up
with
here,
that
chat.
is, and that Schoolboy would probably take a similar tack, and Schoolboy is super intelligent. I'm glad he's on here, but what are you going to do if
For the
we
beard creams.
For the beard creams, that's right. I don't get sponsored by beard creams, but all of the super chats, you'd think they go to my family and food and basic life. It's all beard cream.
just use that same standard for justifying the possibility of knowledge, ethics, and metaphysics? We say, well, Orthodox Christianity works, or whatever,
I heard Seamus says, what I'm asking, what is it that Orthodox offers that Protestant doesn't? The gifts, the sacraments, the holy tradition.
Boom.
Protestant doesn't have a holy tradition.
Take
If
two,
it
they're
did,
small.
Protestantism would exist in the way they do it in the year 500. I heard Seamus. It doesn't have that. Okay.
Theism, and I'm sure
Another $5 from Kissy Cat. Thank you so much.
there's
We have
Schoolboy and I
6
would go
more.
All right. Well, this is actually really boring. That's boring. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to bore you guys with boring stuff. I will entertain you. Maybe. Perhaps. Ooh. Oh, here we go. No, I can't. That's a little too, that's too edgy. You guys wouldn't understand. That's too edgy. That's edgelord stuff right there. I guess I can listen to it. Yeah, I guess I can listen to it. Let's go here. Oh, come on. Really? 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 Resolve. Let's see. Yeah, I'll have to watch this later. That's Ward 2. All right. That's for you, MC, so you can get your groove on. What's he doing, man? Why is he doing all that? Why are you doing all that? Sure. Just being greedy now, chat. He's just being greedy, chat. Sure. Okay, opponent is tapped out, chat. He's about to be very, very unhappy. I think we do this. Shonk. Comes into play tap. That's perfect. Fine. I think we bounce that. Right? We bounce that. Right? I think we bounce that. Yep. And then we bounce that. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yep. We draw a bunch of cards. We discard that. Yep. Okay. And then it's our turn. Okay, we're gonna let's do this. Let's draw a card. Let's see what happens here. Oh, perfect. Let's do this. Go to that. Oh, come on, dude. Oh, man, come on. Oh, man, you were showing off when you were, no, man, when you were pig piling on me. Why, you wouldn't let me do the thing for the content. Why didn't you let me do the thing for the content, chat? That's not even fair, chat. You wouldn't let me do the thing for the content. Thank you for helping the domestic side of me. Yeah, I figured you're probably just like doing this all around your house, like, you know, dusting and cleaning and doing the knickknacks and stuff. Knickknack, patty whack. Let's see. Arena Direct Sealed Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy Play Boosters. It starts in 95 hours, chat. 95 hours. Oh, you know, I might have to fill it in and actually try to compete for that. I think that'd be kind of cool. All right, let's keep going. It's Dragon. It's doing work, chat. It's doing work. Let's see what my record is with this right now. 61%, 48 and 31. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to go up and heat up some lunch, wasn't I? I totally forgot, chat. I'm going to go do that. 61% win rate. That's pretty damn good, chat. That is very good. That would be, by any metrics, considered a very successful deck, chat. Very successful. All right, we do this. Yep. Yeah. I said no. F off. Nope. No soup for you. Come back 1 year. Well, here's where I'm running into some problems. Okay. Is he gonna heist me twice now? Nope. Yep, maybe. I'm here for you, MC. I'm here for you. MC Dilligath, great supporter of my main channel, my monetized channel. She's always buying me a coffee saying thanks for my support. I appreciate her. And thanks to people like MC Dilligaff, this is why I am so rich and successful. That just like Chris Ryder, I got fat stacks of hundreds. So thick that, man, I can't even put like two hands around. Look at that. Look at those are all hundreds, man. Look at how rich I am right now. Look at that. Oh, I'm so rich. I got it like that. I'm Chris Ryder rich. See, right here. This was handed to me by JJ Scarborough, right here. The corrupt, allegedly corrupt Meade County low-level elected official, to pay me for my services rendered. By the way, that's bullshit, and it's not true, but it's hilarious. So I'm gonna roll with it. Because Chris Ryder is exactly what you think he is. A complete and utter moron and a muppet. And he deserves and should be mocked often, loudly. All right, let's go non-land. Okay. All right, fair enough. He was worried about that. He's gonna flash that in. Sure. Oh, this stuff's kind of funny. This stuff is absolutely hilarious. Here we go. We can get into this, chat. Yeah.
What are you supporting today?
I'm anti-Trump is what I'm supporting.
What's the worst thing he's done?
He was born.
Wow.
Should he have been aborted?
Big ol'.
Yeah, he should have been aborted.
They're cutting off people, and people are gonna die.
Yeah, but you say anything about Auschwitz, and oh no, but you can say that somebody should have never been born. You can wish for someone to have never to have existed, and that's perfectly fine, chat. Nothing to see there. Nothing. No, and I mean nothing to see there, chat. Nope, not a thing to see. Don't even worry about it.
Die because of this. So
Because they can't get food stamps, they're gonna die?
yeah, some people will.
Explain to my audience what...
So he cares about the EBT Americans so much that he wants to move them into his house. Like, maybe you got to show him the videos of like all those EBT Americans dancing and celebrating, you know, mocking and laughing as they chuck a bunch of like soda and snacks into their cart. Yeah, maybe, chat. Maybe we should show him. We should show him those videos. Do you think he'd watch them? He probably wouldn't watch them, would he, chat? Yeah, I don't think so either. Probably wouldn't.
But, what is this event? What is a die-in?
A die-in is where we're showing how concerned we are about something that's ultimately killing us.
Okay.
They're all like boomers, dude. No offense against the boomers. Well, kind of a little bit of offense against the boomers. What the heck's going on with you ladies? Especially the lady boomers. What's going on with y'all? Like, inquiring minds want to know.
Okay. And what would you say something is that's killing us?
This administration and the very weak GOP Congress that's allowing this administration to trample our Constitution.
Okay. And what would you point to as the number one thing that's killing us with the Trump administration?
Truth and integrity are missing. You know,
Truth and the integrity, the American way.
That say my poster's not big enough to put everything on it that I'm upset about. So,
Holy crap. You know what that means, lady? You know what that says to me? You need a fucking hobby. Go get a hobby. It means you got too much time on your hands. You got too many first world problems, lady. You're not concerned about whether or not you're preparing enough food or preserving enough food to make it through the winter. You don't care about any of that, lady. You don't care. Why? Because your life is easy. That's why you don't have to care, lady. You're welcome. The patriarchy did that for you. Now go make me a sandwich.
the overarching issue to me is that truth is missing in action and integrity is gone.
Make daddy a sandwich.
Hi, I love your button.
Thank you.
What would you say is the most important thing to come out here for this die-in protest and talk about?
Holy crap, dude. She got a gut like a freaking, like a dude. I never seen like a chick with a dude gut before. Maybe she just got like a super tight spandex girdle thing on, so that way like her gun is kind of like lifted up more. Like, what the French, dude? What happened there? Dude, she looked like a dude. Oh, that is a dude, I bet. Do you think that's a dude pretending to be a chick? Oh. I think maybe.
Currently,
Maybe
it's the
check.
Medicare that I'm worried about, just because I did retire and I don't have a savings.
I think it might be a guy transition into. I don't know. I listen. Whatever.
Just because I had a poor issue
I'm not interested in checking the undercarriage.
years back that I had to use my 401k, unfortunately.
Okay, so you made a lot of bad life decisions. So have I. And now you got to live by those life decisions. So do I. What a coinkydink. You mean the battlefield's not flat and life isn't fair? Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. Can't be. It can't be, chat. That can't be how things are. I think we'll do this.
So I live off my check, and I only get $1,900 a month. And
I live off my check. You mean like the rest of the world? They have to live off. They have to live within. That's a dude. That's a dude.
that's not really that much.
Right.
And I worked for almost 40 years.
That's a guy. It's got to be a guy.
And I just think that that fund is there. We paid into it, and people should be entitled to that.
So what if you could?
Entitled. Entitlement. They're the entitlement types. I'm a boomer teaching such as Gen X how to preserve food because they don't have a clue. You're insane. I think you're confusing millennials with Gen X. I'm Gen X. I could give a master class on how to preserve food compared to millennials or even Zoomers. I don't know. Zoomers are kind of embracing the whole like domesticated things.
Could say something to Representative Anna Paulina Luna, because we're in front of her office today, what would you say to her?
I would say that you need to support.
See, there you go again, MC Dilligaff. I'm saying most boomers are useless. They're selfish. They're self-absorbed, useless human beings, in my opinion. I think so. Let's see. No, I don't want to do that. I want to try to make a... Can I make a token? Yeah. Let's try to do that. All right. Did I do it? Or is he going to counter it?
What we're doing here today, and to provide a positive.
Yeah. See that, and that's what I'm saying. Like, so many people personalize arguments way too much. It's not personal. Listen, I'm not a typical dude. I mean, I might talk a good talk about, blah blah blah. Yeah. I mean, there are some things that I'm very competent at, but at the end of the day, compared to like even boomer men with how competent and with their competency and their confidence and all those different things, boomer men are like insanely talented. So much so that it's pretty crazy. Okay, what is this? Hold on. Counter target spell if the gift was promised, instead counter target spell. Wait, what? Counter target creature spell. Okay, can I... Let me see if I can do this, chat. Let me see if I can do that. Maybe? Let's see if I can draw a counter to the counter.
Reinforcement to the people that you work for, as well as anybody else in Congress that you can reach out to, and even personally telling President Trump.
She stands like a dude, hands on hip, trying to look feminine.
And I'm going to ask you not to use what you interviewed me with.
Oh, why?
I just would rather you not.
Okay, what did she tell you?
I just would rather you not, okay?
Oh, here we
Why,
go.
though?
Because I
We
would
did it,
rather
ladies.
you not.
We did it.
I'm not comfortable with it. Thank
Why?
you so much.
Please don't touch me, though.
Well, please don't use my words then.
Okay, that's fine. All right,
Counting on that.
Yeah, your count. Okay, what? Okay.
Are you-
So what would you say?
She's counting on it, chat. I wonder if she's using all her fingers and her toes like Chris Ryder did to determine that the government is outnumbered by the people.
Is one of the most important things to come here and like do the die-in, because this isn't just a regular protest, right? It's a die-in. What is a die-in?
Well, they're removing some of the American benefits that I believe that we paid into, and this money needs to be provided to Americans.
Okay.
I think she said something about she had a medical emergency, probably transitioning from a man into a woman would be my guess. Yikes, chat. If I do that, he'll have enough. I do this. Let me do that so I can draw some cards. Maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, I can do that, and then I can do that, because that'll go back to my hand. That's mine anyway.
All right. And what do you hope people get out of like when you guys actually do the die-in, when you lay on the ground?
Well, I believe that
My opponent was just like, I'm out, dude.
we, the people, are saying what they need to stay, to others, and I'm hoping that everybody
That's
else
a dude.
can start joining us.
Okay,
crap.
what's the worst thing the Trump administration has done so
All right, chat. I'm stepping away. I'm going to go grab some food. I am so hungry. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb tail or a lamb's tail. I'll be right back. Enjoy this. Enjoy this. Let's enjoy it together. I'll be listening too.
far?
Well, he's taken a lot of the children programs away, as well as other programs that people need. And I think that's totally wrong. It's very inhumane. And I saw an article the other day. There was a 78-year-old woman living in her car, and that she only can eat once a day and only have $2 to do that. And nowadays you can't get much for $2.
And would you say Trump has something to do with that?
Well, they took away some of her benefits.
Okay.
So she's out on the street.
That's awful.
Yes,
That's
it
really
is
sad.
very-
Thank you for your time. I appreciate
no
it.
problem.
Hi. What's your sign say? Restore funds, jobs coverage, NOAA, FEMA, Medicaid, like all the important things. What is the most important thing to come out here and fight for today? Okay, and if you had a message for Representative Anna Paulina Luna, what would you say to her if you could talk to her? Okay. Do you have anything to like verbally say about what you think? No. Well, that's really small writing. I don't know if our audience can see that or the cars can see that coming by. Would you like to?
Representing.
Myself. My name is Jenna. I'm with Feminist Camp.
Yeah.
Who are you representing?
I'm representing the American people.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
That's a good job. What's your tombstone say? Here lies you. That's a good one. Yeah. That's like a skeleton type of thing. That's really good.
Fun of us. Why don't you just admit that?
I think you guys are very brave. I don't know who you are. Why would I make fun of you? You guys are doing the most important work I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Who do you think out of all the GOP needs the backbone the most? Like Trump himself, or is it Anna Paulina Luna who needs to grow a backbone?
They all need to grow backbones.
Yeah.
Because they just cow down to him, and he gets away with whatever he wants by threatening people.
Yes.
He's a useful idiot, is what he is.
So you don't want to film.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So.
Absolutely.
But
what do you think is the worst thing with this big, beautiful bill?
I'm done talking. Thank
Okay.
you.
I know there's a lot of stuff in there with this big, beautiful bill about stripping food stamps from able-bodied people and restricting and putting on a work requirement. Do you think people should have to work to get food stamps?
There's a lot of people that can't work.
Oh, I know, but they said that if you can work and you have no kids and you're not married, you're going to have to work in order to receive welfare. Do you think that's fair, or do you think that's discriminatory?
That sounds like Ronald Reagan and his what did he call them? Welfare moms or welfare?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Do you think there should be any requirements for someone to get on welfare?
Sure, there should be requirements.
What do you think they should be?
Well, it's not my place to say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you.
Why not?
Because I don't believe you're representing who you say you're representing.
Who am I representing?
I don't know, but I don't believe that you represent the left.
Don't you believe women?
Oh, I am one, so of course I do.
Yeah, I'm a woman too, and I wish you would believe me.
Well, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything you wanted to add besides your signs? No? Perfect. Okay. Hello, I love your tombstone there. Rest in peace, VA services. What do you think about the House passing Trump's big, beautiful bill?
Did they?
The House passed it.
Yeah, but that's not going anywhere.
You don't think the Senate will pass it?
Nope.
No, you don't think they have the votes?
I doubt it.
You doubt it?
But I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows anymore, right?
Yeah. What are you out
you
here
recording
protesting?
for?
We're Feminist Camp.
What is it?
Feminist Camp.
What is that?
It's a YouTube channel. We're just a YouTube channel. We're gonna send this to Representative Anna Paulina Luna,
Right.
and try to get some pressure on her to respond.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard she was in town, but not here at the office. So
Oh.
too bad.
Yeah, too bad, right? We would love to talk to her. If you could say something to her, what would you say?
She should show up at a town hall.
Yeah, that'd
She should show up at it. Right, she should show up at a town hall. If you guys went to a town hall and she was there, what kind of questions and statements would you ask her or say?
Just ask her if she's really taking responsibility for what, like stuff like this.
Yeah.
know.
So what's going on with the VA service that's why you put it on your sign?
Well, they've fired 8,000 people. So yeah, just okay. Yeah. She's telling me don't talk
Why would she say that?
because she doesn't trust who you are.
Oh, do you trust who I am?
I don't know you, so how can I say?
Well, then, do you know
Trust
her?
who I am?
Do you know her?
A little bit.
A little bit. Well, you probably know her as much as you know me, so.
That's a good point.
Hi! Do you like my veil? Yeah, what are you out here supporting today?
Pardon me?
What are you supporting today?
I'm anti-Trump is what I'm supporting.
What's the worst thing he's done?
I'm sorry, I have hearing aids.
What's the worst thing he's done?
He was born.
Should he have been aborted?
Yeah, he should have been aborted.
Yeah, he should have been aborted, right? Yeah, which they are defunding Planned Parenthood with their big, beautiful bill. How do you feel about that?
Well, I don't know the whole bill, so.
Yeah, they strip funding from Planned Parenthood.
You don't have to talk to them. Okay.
Yeah. Do you need this man to stand up for you and tell you what to do?
Never mind. Never mind.
Hi, I like your hat and your flag. What are you out here protesting today?
Democracy.
What was that?
Democracy.
You're protesting democracy?
Yeah, what protesting for? The right to have it,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine.
If you could say one thing to Representative Luna, Anna Paulina Luna, what would you say to her?
Me damn sure the fighters.
They're trying to make a spectacle of you, brother.
I'm just talking to him. Yeah, what's up?
So, the jury had 34 opportunities to acquit Trump. Why do you suppose they found him guilty instead? Have a good day.
What? I don't even know what you said. What'd you say?
Did you hear that?
No, she was touching me again.
Oh, okay.
So they found him, convicted him of 34 felonies, right?
No, they had 34 opportunities to acquit Trump.
Yeah.
Why did they choose to convict him instead?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Why do you think?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay. Well, I wasn't there either, but you're asking me.
You could have an answer for that.
No, I don't. You don't have an answer for that either. What's the answer?
They thought he was guilty.
Yeah?
They thought he was guilty. That's the answer to the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think he's guilty?
Wasn't there in the jury.
Right.
But I trust the jury more than I would trust anybody.
What's your tombstone say? Here lies due process. Was a law, but now is lawless. 1788 to 2025. What was 1788 about?
Oh, that's when the Constitution was ratified.
Right. That's what I
Have a
thought.
good day.
Yeah. So you think
What
due
part
process?
of have a good day do you not understand?
You keep engaging with me.
I did not.
Yeah, you did. Okay. So, in memory of due process, where do you see due process dying?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Any specifics?
No, not today.
No specifics?
Thank you.
So how'd you come up with this?
Thank you.
Did you make this or did someone hand it to you?
Thank you.
What does your sign say? Rest in peace, the Department of Education. VA services.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
important, you know.
Yeah.
Laid off 8,000 people.
Yeah.
So, for what?
I don't know. What do you think about the big, beautiful bill that just passed the House? Oh, can I have a button?
No, you may not.
Can I have a button?
No, ma'am.
What do you think about my tombstone? Do you like it?
I think it's horrible.
Rest in peace, unlimited food stamps. Like no more unlimited food stamps, right?
Well, we don't get unlimited, and they're cutting off people, and people are going to die because of this. So
Because they can't get food stamps, they're gonna die.
yeah, some people will.
They're just cutting off people and giving them work requirements. They're just saying if you get food stamps and you're not married, and if you are able-bodied, then you can't get food stamps without working.
Hey, love, not hate.
makes America great.
What do you think about my tombstone?
Rest in peace, open borders.
Yeah. Like death, like they just killed open borders in this country with this administration, right?
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay, so let me break it down for you. Basically, today we're talking about the things that the Trump administration is killing.
Are you getting this? Come on. If you're going to talk to me, get this.
We got it. We got it. So what does that mean to you?
Do not talk. Do not engage.
Okay.
Do not.
It's very convenient. Make sure you're shooting this. It's very convenient to pick on immigrants, people who are fleeing. There are people who are coming here from South America,
right,
from their ancestral homes. When I say ancestral, I mean before Columbus. Now you're going to ask yourself a question. What's driving people to want to leave their homes where their families have lived there for thousands of years, and they can't live there because of gun violence, because of drug violence, and it's because to supply the drug market in the United States. The guns are coming from the United States.
Okay.
So the United States is causing the turmoil.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
And in addition to that, they are unable to live there.
Holy crap, is that Finkel? Oh, that's Finkel. Is that Finkel? Finkel's holding an impeach Trump sign. So this is the average intelligence of these George Soros bought and paid for. And they got these little minders, right? These are people that are in charge of the group. And if you don't do what these little minders, these little boomer minders tell you to do, you don't get your paycheck that day. And you get more money if you're really, really aggro towards Trump supporters. This is a color revolution, chat. It's a struggle session.
And you think these people are your enemy. They come here to work.
All this, I'm not talking about any people. I'm saying rest in peace, open borders. I didn't say rest in peace, any certain person. So why are you against open borders dying?
You asked me a question.
Well, you're making false statements about what my sign implies. I can tell you what it implies.
No. I'm trying to get to the cause of what you're so concerned about.
What am I concerned about?
You're concerned about a bunch of immigrants coming into the United States.
Well, I'm concerned about what? Immigrants?
Okay.
Illegal immigrants. Are you concerned about people coming over unvetted in an open border?
Help me! Help me!
I think
Help me, Obi Bagel One Kenobi. You're my only hope.
you really need to look at the root cause.
That's not my question. Do you think our border should be open?
Well, I'm not talking with you then. Thank you very much.
All right. So it's just yes or no. Do you?
Go love the tolerant left right there, chat.
Because like Trump administration, he killed the open border. There are no more open border policy.
Exactly,
That's
MC.
not what's going to happen. He fixed it with executive orders, and now we have record levels of deportations in the first chunk of someone's presidency. Obama still holds the record for deporting illegal immigrants. So Trump will probably get there one day. We'll see what happens. But do you think our borders should be open?
I think that you are taking a very complicated situation.
Well, I mean, I think no.
Simple.
Do you think we should have laws about people being vetted before they come in our country?
They are. Okay.
That's the problem, though, is that there's people, because of our open border policies with the... What would impeaching do? He's been impeached twice, right?
But this time he's going.
So what happens the third time? Hey, how are you? Do you like mine? It says, rest in peace, open borders. Trump killed open border policy.
Well, you know what? I remember that there was a bill in Congress that had both Democratic and Republican support to close the open borders, and Trump said, do not vote for it.
Okay.
and therefore we still had open
Oh, you mean the
border.
bill that like jumped in all kinds of stuff that has nothing to do? Oh, please don't pull him away. We're having a nice conversation.
He's my husband.
No.
Okay.
Stop.
So we see who wears the pants.
Mm-hmm. Oh, uh-oh. We see who wears the pants. He's even the guy's like, no, stop. I got this. I want to have an intellectual conversation with somebody that's not an insufferable twit.
Pants here, right?
Pardon me?
You see who wears the pants here, right? She's got you locked down, doesn't she?
Oh, I don't know.
But that's okay, right? She's a strong woman.
I wouldn't have married her if she wasn't a strong woman.
Absolutely. You wouldn't have married her if she didn't have you locked down.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
So,
This is absolute nonsense because
did Trump
we had
kill the open border
opportunity.
policy?
The bill was there in Congress. It was negotiated by both sides, and Trump stepped in. I think it was in November of 2023.
Okay, so you're going to blame him when he
said,
wasn't
"Do
even the
not
president.
Vote for it. Republicans do not vote for it.
How is that
And
Trump's
so
fault?
The Republicans did not vote for it.
Okay. So anyway, with that being said, you know when they do bills like that, they could solve the problems with the executive branch. Like the president could solve the border problem.
Yes.
But the issue, so then why didn't Biden do it?
Even though
Why did they need a bill?
Okay. That he's done it legally to do that.
So why did Trump figure it out with an executive order, but Biden and Harris needed a bill to do it? Their hands were tied, they said.
Well, I don't know that executive order has passed muster, in the court system yet.
Okay. So
And
why is
certainly
it
using the military
Yeah.
along the border? That flies against over 200 years of United States history.
Absolutely, sure, certainly does. So are you concerned at all with who might be coming over unvetted?
I'm not concerned that people try to come over. I am, of course, happier that there's very few people coming over now. I don't.
Oh, you're happy with Trump's policy.
I don't like the reason that he has taken people who came across and transferred them to basically a hellacious prison
Who?
in El Salvador.
Who are you talking about?
I do think that was a very good thing to do.
Who are you talking
that
about?
flies in the face of what's right here, habeas corpus, which was signed by King John in the year 1215,
Right.
and every British dependency after that said basically, you have the right to see the evidence against you. And Trump has decided that no,
Yeah, it basically means show the body.
you don't have the right to see the
Are
evidence.
you talking about
And
Kilmar?
that is enried in the Constitution.
Do you want one of her
itself.
buttons, by the way?
Why?
You want to come for a walk with me?
Pardon me?
No, we're talking about habeas corpus. This is one of my favorite things to. We're having a good time. I'm learning about habeas corpus.
Well- I wanna
show you something. Come here. All right, well, let's go look then. Come on, let's go look.
No, I'm not going anywhere.
Here. Do you want another button I made?
No, I really don't.
Okay. So you like Trump's border policy then?
No, I don't like
Well, you said he's getting the job done, and you're glad that fewer people are coming over. That man was actually having a conversation with me and was actually expressing that Trump has done, a good job, and he's glad that less people are coming over unvetted. And she just swings them away from me. The people that make them look smarter.
Yeah. The little cat loving harpies. The little single ain't got no man, don't need no man harpies. Yep. Oh yeah, doing their harpy stuff. Yep. All the cat ladies doing their cat lady stuff.
They don't want them to talk to me. It's weird. It's like they want to look like goobers. That's your wife, right? She's holding a sign that says, "Here lies bodily autonomy." What do you think about bodily autonomy for the child in the womb? You're
That's what
well.
I'm going to express.
No?
Nope.
Do you think that the person in the womb has bodily autonomy?
Do I think what?
A person in the womb has bodily autonomy.
It's not a person.
It's not a person yet.
It's not a person?
No, legally, it's not a person yet.
Right. Well, legally, black people weren't people either at one point. So the law is really, iffy.
Yeah, they even had to struggle to make them 3/5 of a person. Yeah, that's a good point, Caitlin.
On that one. But they are people, just like people in the womb are people. What else would they be? If it's not a person,
Fetuses.
okay?
They're fetuses.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, who are you with?
Fetus is Latin for child, small child.
Who are you with?
Yeah, I'm here by myself.
Me too. If it's not a person, it's just a fetus. A fetus of what?
What about when they're 18 years old? Are they just as important then as they are in the womb?
Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, I think everybody's.
Are you a pacifist?
Huh? I don't believe in violence.
Not at all. So you wouldn't support any war?
Support any war?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Defund the Department of Defense?
No, I think that Department of Defense, their job is in.
Right?
Well, having a Department of Defense is not the Department of Offense. So
no,
Department of
used to be
Defense.
called the Department of War. Back before you were born.
Yeah, I think it's important for people to have. Oh, so wait.
Yeah?
So would you support me carrying around a firearm in my waistband to be able to defend myself?
Yeah, Nah, I'm not sure about that.
Sorry, I blew somebody's ears out, didn't I?
Oh, you want to support my right to do that?
Mentally checked out first.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, would I pass the mental check?
Okay.
So us having a Department of Defense is kind of like.
I hate to say it, these idiots wouldn't. Dude, these Muppets? Bro, there's some of these people are. That ain't right in the head, bro. We are so bifurcated as a country. I just don't know that I see any hope in it. I just don't know, chat. I don't know.
Me carrying a firearm for self-defense. I think a country has a right to defend themselves, right?
We bomb innocent people.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Larry, you can come back and talk to me. Did you want to tell me what a fetus is, by the way?
You know, if you don't know what a fetus is, I think you should go to a dictionary
It's
or
a person.
encyclopedia and check it out.
Yeah, if you looked at that, it would actually say it's Latin for little person.
Yeah.
Offspring. That's what fetus means. If you look in a dictionary, that's what you're going to find that it means. A fetus is a person. It's a human person, and that's at the stage of development that that person is supposed to be in. What else would it be if it's not a fetus of a human being? Am I missing something? Because if I'm wrong, I'd love to know. Do you know what a fetus is?
Yeah.
Do you know what a fetus is?
That's what it's all about. That's what.
Do you know what a fetus is? I've been told it's not a person. I hope you guys enjoyed today's content. Like I said, no other content creator is coming to these obscure events, and so I think you should hit that subscribe button and the notification bell because I come to the most unique events out there. I'm the only one doing this type of stuff. I have officially died. Trump administration killed me, and
Let's see if she's got any more. She's hilarious, dude. That's 2 months ago. Oh, these people are insane. Let's see. We got. Can you be friends with a Trump supporter? I don't think we ever watched this from the beginning.
No.
Would you guys be friends with a Trump supporter?
To be honest, no, not really.
No. Would you ever be friends with a Trump supporter?
Really cut out people who have supported him.
Oh, really?
So I will not. I will not tolerate
Yeah,
it.
sadly, some of my family is, and I tolerate them, but.
In general, you were like, no.
Nope, not a chance.
Why?
Oh, we've
do you
seen
think
this.
Trump supporters are sick and mentally ill.
I find it very difficult to find yourself in a good place of mind or even ethically, morally, even existence to say what he's doing is acceptable or even permissible, let alone a positive thought to have in your head. It's disgusting, amoral, and absolutely abhorrent.
Hello, puppy. He's like, I smell kitty cats on you. I love how like opposite in size they are. It's so funny. All right. So first of all, have you guys ever heard of Jasmine?
All right, let's just chill. Let's just chill, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And turn. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Turn. Let's try this. Let's go here. Get rid of that. Yeah? I think that's the right call to make here, chat. Oh, excuse me. Good. Draw a card. Alright, downfall. Sure. Okay. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. was 3 mana, so nothing I could do about that. You know what? Let's intern. In case he wants to put another one of these talents out. Bandit talent. Right. Okay. And what can he take out of my graveyard? Nothing out of my graveyard. What can he take out of his own graveyard? Nothing at the moment. Okay, my turn. Do we do this? I think we do. Okay. Non-land. Sure. Okay. All right. Let's do that. Okay. I think we're gonna wait and turn. Listen, I think we're 1 win or 2 wins away from becoming mythic. Chat. We're gonna break into mythic here if we win this one, I think, or the next one. I don't know. But let's hope. Let's cross our fingers. It's looking kind of hopeful. I mean, I've got 8 cards in my hand currently. My opponent's got 3. Okay. I do have cards that I can discard, maybe. I don't think I need to be in a rush yet. Right, my turn. Let's go ahead and throw that out there. Let's see what happens. Okay. See, we got 1, 2, 3. Throw that out there. Draw some more cards. Oh, that's good. I like that. That's really good. Okay. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Should I do another one? I kind of low-key think I should put it. No, we'll wait. We'll go my turn. All right, let's put that down, chat. Oh, wait. I probably should have put that down, huh? I think I do this. Yeah, I think I do that. Then I think I do... I think I do this, chat. Right? Alright. Well, that's not very neighborly. What is that? That costs that, doesn't it? I think I do this, chat. I think I say, I don't really like that you're doing that. And I say, no, I'd appreciate it if you didn't do that. Okay. That's 3 mana. Can I do this as a... I think I do that. Okay. Okay. What else do I have here? Hold on. Got 1, 2. Yeah, I don't have enough to counter anything. That's 3 mana. Sure, I can't do nothing about that. Alright, that's fine. That's okay. We'll lose that. Okay, draw some cards. That doesn't work. We'll say non-land. Oh, see, if that all would have gone, I would have had it, chat. Let's go non-land again. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Go ahead and swing. Boom, boom. Oh, I should have put it on this. That was my bad, chat. Well, my opponent has one card in his hand. So, and I do have a counter spell. I got 3 steps. I got 2 counter spells. Let's see. Sure. That's fine. That is absolutely fine. What do we got? What do we got, chat? What does my opponent have? Ooh, yeah, about that. I say, no. Nope. Not happening. Nice try, though. Okay, I say we do... Alright, can I bounce it? No. Okay. I said we just... Don't we just swing? Yeah, I think we just swing, don't we? GG. Just gonna rope me? Come on, man. Don't be bad manners, bro. Don't be bad manners. Oh, he's gonna be bad manners. How dare he, chat? How double dog dare he? Alright, let's keep putting the spotlight on the disgusting degenerates running around the world.
You know what would happen if they went into the men's restroom looking like that? Probably get raped or made comments or harassed or bullied. And I'm done with this conversation.
How do you feel about the women who don't want people like that in their restroom?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right, we're off to a good start. We are at a specific youth pride event in St. Petersburg, Florida. If you are new to my channel, you've never watched me, this is my alter ego, genitalia. I do not actually believe in this stuff, and I would never wear this. Anyway, I'm here to dress the part. Don't click away from the video if you're conservative. You want to be here, hit that subscribe button and notification bell. Let's keep going.
Camus Helper, how you doing? Good morning. What are you talking about? Oh, you're on the lefter coast. Well, not even coast, but you're lefter than my writer. Got it. What's up, Carmen? Good morning.
There were recently, I think just last week, upwards of 600 books were removed from the Hillsborough County public.
600 books of absolute smut degeneracy. Are they going to say that they were burning books? Is that what they're going to? Are they going to call them Nazis for wanting to remove child pornography from our children's libraries? That makes them Nazis, I bet, right?
School system. Did you hear about that?
I didn't hear that, but I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Are you against books being banned from elementary schools, middle schools, high schools?
I am, absolutely.
Perfect. So I have
absolutely. There's that word again. I am absolutely. She is absolutely, which means in every category, against books being banned. What does that mean, chat? What do you think that means? Oh, that means she thinks that kids should have access to whatever they want to put in the library. That is absolutely disgusting, and I'm not using that word wrong.
Paragraphs from the banned books here that got removed from those schools, and so I'm just gonna give you one.
All right.
And I'm gonna let you read it. So here's this one. I'm gonna let you read it until you don't want to read anymore. So go ahead.
Okay. Should I read the title of it or no?
It doesn't matter.
I remember I once. Okay.
Oh, what?
Okay. I remember I once gave a job to this guy who had a bunk bed. So he's kind of sitting up, but the ceiling is low. So she's also curved over, and I have my.
Chat, we made it. We're in Mythic. Chat, we made it into Mythic. Congratulations to us. Let's see what our percentile is. We made it into Mythic, chat. How does it feel? How does it feel to have made Mythic? We did it. We accomplished our goal. My goal was to get into Mythic, right? And I did it, chat. I made it into Mythic. I think that's so cool. All right, let's keep going.
My face in his lap, but the bed is against a wall too, so I have to bend my knees, but I'm a little too tall, so my knees are pushing into the wall. My feet are on the ceiling.
Right. So the question was, should there be any books that are banned in children's libraries? And she gave parameters of how old these children are. So it'd be disingenuous to ignore that aspect of the query, right? So she asked a very specific question. Do you think that there should be books that are banned in elementary, middle school, and junior high libraries? Should there be no books banned ever? So it's, the detail. The devil's in the detail.
His head keeps banging in the ceiling, and I'm trying to bob my head up and down. We ended up throwing a blanket on the floor and 69ing, which worked so much better, and we were able to enjoy ourselves.
Look at her. She's like 50 Shades of Grey right now. She's getting, I guarantee you, she's going to go home and flick the bean just thinking about this. She's going to flick the bean.
Are you Dad? Okay, Dad, I'm not gonna include you in this part. Do you agree with her about the books being banned, how they should not be banned?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I want you to read the beginning of this banned book for me.
Okay. He began to knead his fist against the opening of...
Another dude says absolutely. Another dude says absolutely. Absolutely. Do these people not know what words mean?
My vagina. Inserted his fingers into 3 or 4 at a time. Something tore. I began to bleed there. I was wet now and made him excited. He was intrigued as he worked his whole fist into my vagina and pumped it.
Would you like to kind of join us in doing a...
These people are absolute degenerates. Absolute, not misusing that word. These people are absolutely degenerate human beings, or subhuman beings, in my opinion.
like a mock-up of people reading from his banned books?
Sure, yeah.
So there it is, Karma. Those are the ones she's talking about. That's what's in the kids' junior, elementary, middle school libraries. This smut.
Okay, so I'll give this one to you. You can hold it. You can read the captions. This is a comic book. This is from the book called Gender Queer. Go ahead and read.
Fast forward, we've been dating for 2 months and we've made out, we've had sex, we've moved on to sexting at work. I got a new strap-on harness today. I can't wait to put it on you until it fit it in my dildo perfectly. You were going to look so hot. Welcome to the library.
And you can keep reading until you don't want to read anymore or you get uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't feel like reading anymore.
Oh.
No.
One.
I don't know, but all you little freaks want to put that in our kids' libraries. Oh, what's the matter? It made you uncomfortable? Just as uncomfortable it is for the student council to listen to these things being said and read during a council meeting in front of adults. But for some reason, reading this stuff in front of children, or children being able to read this, is plenty okay. Make it make sense, chat.
Not. It's just, I don't feel like reading it anymore.
I can think of no better place to start Pride Month than here at Family Day.
Okay, absolutely. Family Day, Pride, Family Day. Awesome. So you know about DeSantis banning books.
Of course, yeah.
And how do you feel
Right,
about
Karma?
that?
Oh, it's ridiculous. Yeah. You know, books are meant to be read. You know, it's getting to a real scary place when we're telling people what they should and
Scary.
shouldn't read now.
Scary. It's getting to be a real scary place, guys. Oh, it's getting to be a real scary place. Scary. Oh, it's so scary. Oh, everything's so... Oh.
Living in his grandma's basement. He's always been a... Shut the fuck up!
Pussy.
Children.
Yeah,
Telling
absolutely.
children. And you don't think we should be telling children what they should and should not read?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. I'm going to have you read from one of the banned books.
Sure.
This is Jack of Hearts and Other Parts. So here's this. And read until you're either uncomfortable or you don't want to read.
Sorry, I'm going to look stupid for holding it so close to my face, but
No,
I
you
have
won't.
bad vision.
No, it's okay.
I remember I gave a job to this guy in a bunk bed, so he's kind of sitting up, but the ceiling is low, so he's almost curved over, and I have my face in my lap. But his bed is against the wall, so I have to bend my knees. I'm a little too tall, my knees are pushing into the wall, and feet are in the ceiling. And as it keeps banging the ceiling, I'm trying to bob my head up and down. I ended up throwing a blanket on the floor and 69ing and working so much better that we're able to enjoy ourselves. Some are very specific, having their neck lick while you take me from behind, and some are so much more vague. I like you, and now you've made it talking through my erections. Finally, some tips.
You can stop whenever you want.
Oh, it's up to you.
It's up to you.
Oh, yeah, you know.
Yeah, he's all bricked up, dude. He doesn't care about this stuff, chat. Yeah, he's all bricked up about this. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, he's like, yeah, I'll read this degeneracy. Hell, twice on Sundays. I'm all about this. Look at him. He's all bricked up about it. This is what?
You know, my words don't bother me.
Okay.
Use your hugs, not suck. Use your lips to pull. You're not trying to yank your dick off with your mouth. Lots trying to make it feel good. Use your tongue, lots of different ways. Ask him what works for them. Them? Okay. Use your hand, stroke off the shaft too big to swallow, or grip on his balls. Don't touch, taint, or finger his ass. Don't forget you have hands. His shake is different. And sometimes the same dick, different day as today. So always try new things, like the head, like the shaft, vice versa. Listen for the moans and the breathing. Juggle what parts of your mouth you're using and what parts you're using on the arm. Yeah.
All right, perfect.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with your daughter having access to that in a public school?
Yes.
Okay. Why so?
Because it's words on paper.
Okay.
Yeah, check this guy's fucking hard drive.
Yeah.
What do these words talk about?
Sex,
Okay. What kind of sex?
oral, anal, vaginal,
Okay. And you would be, what age would you be comfortable with her having access to this information?
any age.
Speaking of Pride, my merch store, lhmerch.com, has the most amazing Pride selections you could get. American Pride, MAGA Pride, and Straight Pride, which is not welcome here at this little thing. If you want to get your Pride shirt, go to lhmerch.com, help support my work, and you get really cool merch at the same time. Win-win. See you there.
Gay men have slightly longer and thicker winkies. Excellent. The amygdala of a gay man is more responsive to porn than those of straight men. So we just have bigger dicks and we're here. Just saying. And this is The Gay Book by June.
Oh, just saying. Oh, I got to clip that. Do we know anyone else that runs around saying just saying all the time and is 100% a fanook who's got a beard for a wife, who's pretending to not be Jay with a G? Could explain why some of the things that have happened in his past have happened in his past, allegedly in Minecraft.
You know Dawson.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that's a lot. Yeah. Is this, however, for what age limit would that be? And are they not seeing the same, and if not worse, in most of the TV shows, especially the ones that are geared to teenagers?
But do we have unfettered access to those certain TV shows in public schools?
Yes, I believe we do.
Yeah. Where have you seen just random TV
I'm going
shows?
to be done with this interview, though.
Okay.
Thank
so would you support this book being banned?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay. So you think 10-year-olds should have access to this?
I do.
Yeah.
Just
Why
like
so?
Any other book.
Do you think this should be in elementary schools and middle schools?
No, not that book.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's not going to be in elementary schools.
It was. Yeah, it was.
Well, so
it wasn't.
You're really on the other side, aren't you? About
what other side would I be on?
Like, let's ban the books.
Not like on the side of like, let's protect children. Yes, that's the side I'm on, lady. And if you're not, you're a fucking piece of degenerate trash. The axe is laying against the trunk. Let a good tree that bring forth good fruit, bring forth good fruit. A bad tree, bring forth bad fruit. Let the axe be laying against the trunk. Let it be hewn down and thrown into the fire that burns forever and ever. Amen. For a good tree can only bring forth good fruit, and a bad tree or an evil tree can only bring forth evil fruit. Woe be it to those in the end times that mistake bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter, evil for good and good for evil. Oh, we are topsy-turvy, upside down. Everything's upside down and backwards.
Let's ban this book.
Yeah.
Do you think this should be banned from high schools and middle schools?
I think probably high school would be okay.
Banning it should be in high schools?
Yeah, kids know about 69. They know about jobs. I mean, do I want my kids to read that? Not really.
Okay, but it should be available for someone else's kid to read.
No.
Good question. Oh, but you don't want it for your kid. You don't think your kid should read it, but it should be available for somebody else's kid to be pushed into degeneracy.
I'm just saying, I don't think that the
Just
government
saying.
should come in and start,
Just
saying
saying.
what people can and can't read.
I remember I once gave a job to this guy who had a bunk bed.
Jack of Hearts, right?
Yeah.
The book?
Yes.
Jack of Hearts. Yeah, I know what the book is.
Should that be read to children?
Who's reading it to kids?
I'm asking if it should.
that's it. Your question doesn't have any validity because
Oh, here we go.
asking a random question out of context.
Should this be read to children?
Should I read a Playboy magazine to children? It doesn't
No,
make sense.
I could answer that, and I
But
could
if
say
there's
no.
if there's a book and it's in a school, it's not like Have you been to a school recently? Have you? My kids are in school, right? I go to the libraries. I volunteer. There are sections. They don't let the fucking little kids in the young adult section of the library. It's just not how.
Young adult? Adult and young adult. That's two different things. Either you're an adult or you're not an adult. It's really not that complicated there, buddy. It's really not that complicated there, Coaches. It's not that complicated.
How it works. Those books are available everywhere. Taking them out of schools makes absolutely no sense because what are you protecting anybody from?
Okay.
It doesn't make
You don't
any
know
sense.
what a kid could
have
end up being
kids.
exposed
I
to.
have-
What-
I have kids. I have kids. Does your wife know you're homo?
Are exposed to that kind of stuff. Have you been on the internet? Have you watched cable TV? Unless
Yeah, I also don't think kids should have unfettered access to the internet either.
Around your kid, that's
Should
your
this
own
be in a
choice.
public school?
Yeah, why not? What's the problem with it?
What's being depicted here?
I'm a Catholic too. Like you,
Oh,
you
wow.
picked the wrong one. Like
No,
I don't
I'm a
think-
Catholic too.
I don't think any of this matters in any way, shape, or form. It's
What
about
does the
how
Catholic
you
Church
raise
teach
your
about
kids.
family?
It's about how you raise your kids.
Going around.
So do you think, would you be okay with your daughter reading this in a public
She
school?
wants to ban. She doesn't want to ban books. I'm
Nah.
just going to tell you what's going
Gotcha,
on here. And yeah, you're on camera now.
Would
How
you
do
would you be
how do
okay
you
with her
like it?
reading that?
Yeah, and you know what? We just looked up that book, and that isn't even in the book. You're so inauthentic.
Oh, it's not in the book.
Exactly.
So
Looked
you
up the book and it's not in the book.
Review. It says there's nothing about sex spoken in there. It says fade to black. or
Oh, okay.
something.
All right. Well, you want to do a different one?
Okay. You know what?
This
You're
book is
so
called Gender
inauthentic.
Queer. Do you want to do that one?
You're so inauthentic, and that's why I don't like people like you and DeSantis and Trump.
Oh, here we go.
You're okay with books being in schools for children to access that talk about sex, masturbation, and very, very confusing gender stuff. They literally parked. Look. They parked on the side in the middle of the street. In the middle of the street to get out. When you expose these people and you challenge their belief system and have them actually look at what they support, they get insane enough to where they stop in the middle of the street on a public road and get out of their car. We're keeping her off on her own accord because we don't think that she should hear this stuff.
Okay.
And we don't think that she should have access to this in public
Why not?
schools.
Why not?
I don't think children should have access to things about
Why?
oral sex
Why not?
because it goes against parental rights.
Why? Why does it go? But my rights are not to read it in the house.
Yeah, so you can get it in your house and read it to her for bedtime.
Yeah, I could.
Since your shirt says read banned books,
Yeah.
I have paragraphs from the banned books
No
here
way.
today. I would love for you to read one to the camera.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone else jamming out? I'm digging this music, bro. It's I'm getting in touch with my Cuban side, man. I want to do a Cuban salsa. I'm just like da 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 da.
Which one do you want me to read?
This one right here, you can hold it.
Okay.
Welcome to the crazy world of insanity, chat. This is where crazy people live. We're living in crazy world, chat. Welcome to it, chat. Isn't it great? Isn't it wonderful?
Okay.
Damn it! He got enough to kill me.
Swell up.
That lucky son of a bitch.
Daddy, sick me, disgust me, but still he sex me up. I'm nauseous in my stomach, but hot tight in my and I think I want it back. The smell of the bedroom, the hurt, he slapped my face till it sting, and my
You can read until you're done, or you could read the whole thing, or until you're uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's okay. So what are you guys doing this all for?
Holy degeneracy, Batman. These people are degenerate. I can't imagine reading such to my kids at bedtime. Karma says, I could never have read that crap to my kid, let alone allow them to read it on their own. Yeah. I mean, these are the people that want to have access to your children, that they don't want to have children of their own. They want to take your children.
We're just having people read the
Right.
banned books.
Yeah. Nice. Okay.
So, let's see. He slapped my face till it sting, and my ears sing separate songs from each other. Call me names, pump me, put in and out, and all I come. Woo! That's a lot.
It's a little bit, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, it's a little bit.
Yeah.
Should this be banned?
I don't think so.
It is for the parent to decide whether to take a kid into a movie or not. It's a parent's responsibility.
Exactly.
And there are certain things that
Then why is there a thing called Child Protective Services if it's just up to the parent to do whatever they want to do with the child? How does CPS get involved according to that argument? Why is there a thing called CPS, lady? If it's up to parents to do whatever they want with their no.
depending on the situation, one child needs one piece of information, another one needs another piece of information.
What type of situation would a child need a piece of information about how the amygdala of gay men is more responsive, so that makes their dicks bigger and makes them weird?
I do not know.
You think that a kid should have access to this, though?
I think that the parent should make the decision about whether that's appropriate or not.
So what about the parents who voted for DeSantis overwhelmingly in this state, and he ran on banning these books from public schools? Did the parents speak up?
Cognizant dissonance and confirmation bias about to kick in, chat. I'm done having this conversation. I don't have a good answer to that question. It's a reasonable, logical question to see if my logic of my argument follows, and it doesn't. So therefore, I'm going to disengage from this conversation.
People need to start tolerating.
Now, I've not heard this interview, so I'm just making an educated guess on likely what the outcome will be.
Different beliefs and not tolerate bullying.
What does the Catholic Church
Catholicism is
teach about
morality.
family?
It's about teaching your children to love and care about everybody. Treat everybody the way you want to be treated. Don't lie, don't cheat, don't steal.
Yeah. What's it say about marriage?
That's it. I don't care. Who cares about marriage?
You're a Catholic. You should care what the church
Wow.
says about marriage.
Who cares about marriage?
I have to care because the church
Because you are a Catholic.
So what? I'm also.
You are obligated to follow church teachings.
It doesn't matter to me what other countries do. I'm a
Do you
Catholic,
disagree
so
with the
what?
church?
I disagree with a lot of the church's teaching, yeah, because I don't think that's the point of church. Organized religion is a scam. It has been
There we
twisted
go.
over the years
Why do you say you're a Catholic then?
to give you a perspective that just because we're raised with that mentality doesn't mean that you can't grow up and realize it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
What you're
So
trying to
I
do
think
is
that it's
you're trying to
weird
push
to
your
allow this to
agenda
be.
and make other people feel bad about themselves because you're like, well, this is in your kid's school. Do you want your kids reading this?
Do you?
Well, I don't care.
So you would sit down with your kids at bedtime and show them this comic
I
book.
wouldn't read it to them at bed, but I would show it to them if it came up. If my kids brought it to me and say, hey, I saw my friend reading this, I would explain it to them.
Okay, so
Why
if they
things
saw
like
their
this? What are you
friend
hiding
doing
there
drugs,
from?
would you explain how to use a
Why do you care so much? Here we go.
heroin needle?
It's not the same thing. Your question.
She said if your kid said, I saw my friend shooting up heroin, would you show her how to use a heroin needle and explain how it all works?
It's exactly the same thing.
It's good to have opposing points of view.
Well, it's not.
And talking
Well, it's not exactly the same thing. It's definitely in the vein. No heroin injection, pun intended.
about gay sex.
It's okay. She's
Holy crap. I'm funny, entertaining. This is exciting stuff, guys. Why am I not more popular on the interwebs? Where else are you going to find witty commentary like this? Where else? Should have my own fan club.
She's going to hear things like this at some point. You know that, right?
Should we protect her from that as long as we can?
What are we protecting? What words am I protecting my daughter from?
It's not words; they're ideas and images in her head.
What ideas am I protecting my daughter from?
Stuff about sex, stuff that is confusing for a child to listen to about.
Why is it confusing?
About oral sex.
Why is it confusing?
You don't think it's confusing for a 5-year-old to hear about oral sex?
I don't think it's confusing. I don't think it's appropriate, but I don't think it's confusing.
It's not confusing. Why? I don't even feel comfortable talking about this where she can hear me.
Okay.
And that's insane. Like, she's not even my daughter, and I care more about what her ears are exposed to regarding things about sex or sexuality.
I think it's horrible that we would limit the First Amendment to certain groups of people or certain topic matters because they make certain people feel uncomfortable.
Where is this showing that it's actually in the public schools?
This is a list. This is a document compiled by CDF, which is Citizens Defending Freedom. It's right on their website.
Oh, interesting.
Yes, these are in Florida public schools.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Is it interesting enough to ban it?
I mean, I guess it's all. There's so many other kids' books and stuff that are in there that they definitely should choose which ones are right.
You should stand up for those children. If you are against bullying, you should stand up for children and champion them for these kids that don't have a voice, that should not be exposed to stuff like this.
And you're proving why I don't trust you.
Okay, that's fine. I don't trust you either.
Bagel.
They're not.
Trust me, I know. Trust me, I know they're not a part of your science. We're not either.
Yes. Laugh at the bagels. Mock the bagels. Tell them to go put some smear some cream cheese where the sun doesn't shine.
Can you describe the images being depicted here?
It's not something that should be put in schools, no.
Okay.
At least, I mean, not anybody who's under the age of, like, anybody who's in middle school or younger shouldn't be reading this, honestly, but in high school, I don't see a problem
You
with
think
it.
like a 13-year-old or 14-year-old in 9th grade should read that? Have access to this?
I don't necessarily see a problem with that, just because a lot of kids in high school are going to be opened with people talking about sex around them anyways, and I mean, I don't necessarily see a problem with it, because
Okay.
a lot of kids around them are going to be talking about how they're having sex constantly and how they're doing this, how they're going out, how they're talking to this girl, talking to that guy, such and such.
Okay, so since the kids are doing it anyway, might as well just kind of include graphic images of masturbation, and
they're gonna have honest stuff on the internet anyways. I
Okay.
don't see
So that's like a chick. It looks like that's like a chick with like weird crap over their chest in order to be able to walk around and look like a dude. Holy crap, man. Talk about, I mean, show me what mental illness looks like. This is what mental illness look like. Disenchantment, exile. Okay, that's fine.
necessarily a problem.
Do you think it's a parental discussion and a parental right for their children not to be exposed to this without consent?
I would say if they want to get a book access to like that, then they need to get a paper to sign that the parent is okay with them reading that.
So pro-censorship means anti-liberty, right?
So liberty means having the parental right to choose what your kids are exposed to. And liberty is freedom. Freedom from being confused about these ideologies and these things in these books. I'm so disappointed in you.
Our Constitution, which by the way I defended, our Constitution is designed systematically
Thank you for your
to
service.
protect the picking on the weak. You see, picking on the strong.
And you want to pick on them by giving them things about sex that confuse them and lead them into a lifestyle where they're interested in this and they might want to engage in this before they should, which leads them into situations, especially looking online at these things and looking at these things online or other books, and then maybe getting into chat logs and getting into a community that abuses children.
No, because I monitor what my kids do online. I observe what chat rooms they may or may not get into.
They shouldn't be in any chat rooms. That's the point. Anyway, we're going to move on to other people.
In a true democracy, we all sacrifice a little bit of our individual.
You should be on a.
Oh gosh, dude. Ben Franklin, those who will sacrifice a little bit of liberty for a little bit of security will soon find themselves with neither. This absolute F-tard of a human being, I would rip this guy up one side and down the other, dude. That guy would be at parade frickin' arrest right in front of me, crying, saying, "I'm sorry, Sergeant. Sorry." I'd be like, "You call me a sorry sergeant? Did you call me a sorry sergeant? Did you call me Sergeant Sergeant?" You feel me, chat?
Watch list.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I fought for your freedom.
Then fight for your daughter.
They don't give a shit about any of this
Right,
stuff.
So this is a
part of the problem.
Okay, no, I'm not part of the
Get
problem.
that?
Did you
You're
know?
part of the problem.
This is Pope Benedict, right?
The problem.
So Pope Benedict of the Catholic Church. There's a quote from a pope. Do you wanna read it? Just so we are clear, here is a quote from Pope Benedict. States are called to enact policies promoting the centrality and the integrity of the family, founded on marriage between a man and a woman, the primary vital cell of society, and to assume responsibility for its economic and fiscal needs while respecting its essentially rational character. Fellow Catholics, if you were going around promoting stuff and saying this is okay for children to be exposed to, it's not. Is this what you like about DeSantis, that he's removing this from public schools?
I mean, I don't see why children should be reading that.
Thank you.
Good answer.
Thank Thank you.
That's a fine answer.
Okay, cool. You're like the first person to say that.
That's crazy.
I think too many people are not reasonable and way right or way left, and maybe we should just make sense.
Yeah, you're the first person to say, like, no, that should not be in a public school.
Again, it should be up to the parents to decide what their kids read.
We're gonna have to read stuff.
Hey, wait a second. What do you
I'm on her side.
What do you think about these books in public schools?
This is not appropriate. It's pornographic content. Kids shouldn't be exposed to kids.
I respect your opinion.
Yeah.
And I forgive you.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry, dude.
Yeah, I'm undercover.
I'm not sorry. How's it going out here?
Anyway, one of the organizers inside recognized me and her and started interrupting our interview saying they're MAGA journalists. They're going to try to get you in a gotcha moment. So if they recognized me, they're going to recognize her.
I know. We've got to go in.
And, they didn't kick me out, to be fair.
Yeah.
I left just so they won't bother me out here.
Yeah.
But that's what happens. Not very tolerant of the tolerant party.
Yeah, they're not tolerant at all, chat. They're not tolerant at all. They ain't tolerant at all, chat. They ain't so tolerant. They ain't so tolerant. They're not tolerant. Why aren't they tolerant? No one else thinks it's a little weird how intolerant they are. The left, the side that demands tolerance from you is so intolerant of your lifestyle. Oh, it's so strange, isn't it, chat? So weird. So strange. All right, let's see what else we got here. Videos. Let's see what else we got. Such idiots. Oh my goodness, chat. Oh my goodness. Oh my Jesus. Cops ban me from Pride event. Oh, this ought to be fun. Oh, here we go. Nope. No freedom there, chat. There's no freedom here.
Hi, I told I wasn't allowed in.
Yeah, the organizer of the event, they don't want you guys in here.
Why not?
I don't know. They didn't tell me.
How do you know who I am?
They identified you. You guys can't come in.
Who do they think I am?
I'm not sure. You guys can't come in, okay?
What happens if we do?
Have a good day.
What happens if we come in?
Be trespassed.
Why am I not allowed in here?
I have no idea.
Okay. And what would happen if I came in anyway?
It's open to the public, but if
But if-
the park permit, so they can ask people to leave there.
So if it's open to the public, I'm still allowed to be in there.
Organizers say they don't want someone in the park because they have a park permit.
Okay. And if I don't leave, would you guys arrest me?
You would be trespassed from the park.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are participants in here, so it's to them.
We're on a public sidewalk. We're on a sidewalk. You're gonna arrest me for being on a sidewalk? What? Are you filming? Who?
Yeah.
Talk to who?
Call my office. Like your videos.
Thank you. They told me I'm not allowed in.
Not allowed in.
I'm sorry, why?
You're not allowed in.
Why?
I'm gonna get the manager up here right now.
Okay, good. Yeah, get the manager for sure. Yeah. So am I like, is this a public?
Nothing about me.
It's not a public event?
I don't know. I don't need to be filmed, buddy.
Oh, well, you're in public, yeah.
Not allowed.
I'm sorry?
Keep going. It's not allowed. Stop. Stop.
We're waiting for the manager.
Okay, waiting over there. Thank you.
Okay,
We have more
all right.
people waiting.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm
There's no
waiting too.
respect. Thank you.
I'll wait right here. Don't touch me though.
I not touch you.
Don't touch me.
I no touch you. I no touch you. You. Oh, you're not allowed in here, but any illegal can just cross our border. But she's not allowed to go to a public event at a pride field. Unpack that. This Muppet who barely speaks the language, he can do whatever he wants to, chat. He can tell who's allowed and who's not, but you can't say he's allowed or not allowed.
Waiting for the manager.
Make it make sense.
I'm good. I'm done engaging with you.
Okay, can you go back over there, please?
That's
And
my
do your
job. I know my job. Thank you.
I know my job.
Here comes the manager.
I know my job.
Hi, I told I wasn't allowed in.
Yeah, the organizer of the event, they don't want you guys in here.
Why not?
I don't know. They didn't tell me.
How do you know who I am?
They identified you. You guys can't come in.
Who do they think I am?
I'm not sure. You guys can't come in, okay?
What happens if we do?
Have a good day.
What happens if we come in?
Trespass.
Trespass from public property. You know we just went through this.
It's reserved private property right
We
now.
just went through this. You cannot
It's
do
reserved private property? I think you should go in.
that. Should we go in?
Yeah, I think so.
Should we go in?
Yeah, absolutely.
Outside on the sidewalk. This is private property right here. You gotta wait on the sidewalk.
Yes. Yes. Attack.
If I come into I thought this was all about love and equality and inclusiveness, right? Is this all about love and equality?
I'll do one land, I think. Yeah.
I thought these events were all about love and equality and inclusiveness. And
Yes.
hate is
Attack.
not welcome here. And who's the organizer of this?
Okay. Let's do
Who's
this.
the organizer of this?
Yeah, they gotta go. Yeah.
Do that. Oh, shit.
Are you getting her over here talking to the cops?
Oh, shit.
Over here talking to the cops? Over there?
Oh, shit,
Go this
chat.
way then. She's
I
talking to the
I miscounted.
Would,
I miscounted,
do you
chat.
just work for the event or you are part of the
I don't
organizer?
have anything to say. So you did deal with law enforcement.
Dang it.
Yeah, sure.
I miscounted.
Am I talking to an officer? Can I talk to you?
Get on that side. This is their property right now.
Right.
All right, so if you want to talk to the supervisor, step over here.
No, I want to talk to you.
You don't need to talk to me.
Is this event open to the public?
We'll talk to
Is this event open to the public? Yes or no? Sir? Any officer, he said, you don't need to talk to me. You're an officer and I'm requesting to talk to you. So if you remember, they did this at Lakeland. They tried to remove me from a public space. If this is open to the public, I am allowed to be here. So we're going through this again and the cops are trying to, look, they're just watching me. Could I talk to you? Are the cops allowed to like refuse to speak with me? Like, what if I have a concern? They're just not going to approach me? And talk to me? That's interesting. I feel like I should test the waters. Like, is he gonna arrest me if I just step into the grass? Like the cops in Lakeland said they were gonna arrest me for going into the street? I'm gonna go over here to these cops. Officer! Officer! All the cops are just ignoring me. Is that okay for the cops to ignore a citizen like that? Excuse me, man, could you grab an officer for me? So they're having a meeting because of me right now, because I'm here.
Y'all want to see the show? Come this way. Come closer. We don't bite.
Excuse me, I need an officer. I need an officer. Will you grab one? Will you grab one for me? It's about the event. Oh, so a woman is asking for an officer and you're not going to help me?
I will get you an officer, but I need them to...
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. What did I miss? Why are the cops messing with her? They're always messing with her because she loves her country. She loves America. Yeah, she's healthy and not all degenerate and mentally ill. You know, the whole reason why there's certain people that'll donate to Chris Ryder, right? Because they think he's awesome at this point in time, right? What's going on exactly?
Okay, thank you. Hi, sir.
Anywhere out on the sidewalk?
I know that.
Block the entrances.
I know that. So why he's taking? Look, the event staff's taking pictures of me. Why am I not allowed in here?
I have no idea.
Okay. And what would happen if I came in anyway?
It's open to the public, but if the event has a park permit, so they can ask people to leave their event.
So if it's open to the public, I'm still allowed to be in there because I am part of the public.
Until the event organizers say they don't want someone in the park because they have a park permit.
Okay. And if I don't leave, would you guys arrest me?
You would be trespassed from the park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like officially or just a warning?
Well, if we tell you they don't want you here and you leave, we won't do an official trespass. If you refuse to leave, we'll fill out an official.
All right, hold on, guys. I'm gonna switch accounts for a minute, and I'm gonna see if I can't maybe rank up a little bit in my other account too. I got a little bit of time. Reset should be happening in about 2 hours, so I got like 2 hours to try to rank up a little bit more. But we did make it into Mythic, chat. We're 86th percentile Mythic, so that's pretty cool. I think that's not nothing. That's something. God, I am a handsome dude. I get it. I understand it. I am such a handsome guy. Wait, but it's a public park and she is just interviewing. Yeah, she's not only is she seeking her freedom to assemble in public, in a public forum. She's exercising her freedom of speech and freedom of press. Humble, yes, very humble. Oops, hold on. Yeah, I'm very humble. I'm the most humble. I'm the most humble, chat. We all know it.
But trespass from the park.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like officially or just a warning?
Well, if we tell you they don't want you here and you leave, we won't do an official trespass. If you refuse to leave, we'll fill out an official trespass.
And you would arrest me?
What's that?
Would you arrest me if I refused to leave?
And you're being told to leave, but why would you do that? You would just leave.
I'm just wondering where my rights
Most
are.
humblest, yeah.
I went through this in Lakeland and
Yeah, they actually searched around thinking maybe I was mistaken about being the most humblest. Turns out I wasn't. I am, in fact, and indeed, the most humblest host ever to exist.
actually it came to find out that you couldn't prohibit people from
Fact.
coming into a public.
That's a fact. Fact. Chat. Don't forget the super chats, chat. Fact. Tune in next week.
Place open to the public.
That's what I just
You
told
couldn't. You couldn't prevent that.
But they have a park permit for the park.
the park. It's a private event.
So it's a
permitted park.
I mean, we can have our attorney reach out to you. He's going to reiterate the same thing, that you cannot restrict
Ever.
First
Yeah,
Amendment on
exactly.
private property, even if it's permitted. So if you'd like to hear from our attorney, we'd be more than happy for them to reach out.
You come in because it's open to the public, but they have a park permit. So if you are inside the park and they don't want you as part of their event, they can ask you.
No, they can't. No, they can't. The Lakeland Police Department had to have a whole thing about training their officers in this, guys. You might be next.
Okay.
You guys might be next. So again, I guess we'll have to go through this again. I think it's really disgusting though that at first
Again.
the officers wanted to not even look
Again.
at me, not even talk to me. I wonder if they're scared of the event organizers. I don't know. Is that a drag queen dancing right now? Look at the drag queen dancing. He took off his long coat and has a short dress on. Anyway, some people who have criticized this event say that kids should not be exposed to this at such a young age.
I mean, I don't know what your
Oh, here they come.
sexuality is, if you will.
Does it matter?
Families come in.
We're on a public sidewalk. We're on a sidewalk. You're gonna arrest me for being on a sidewalk? I'm on the sidewalk. Is this part of the permitted event? No, it's not. I have to school this cop right now. I can be on the sidewalk. We both know that. So we all know, just like that person said, LGBTQ plus.
I mean, see, so here's where I kind of agree with a lot of those like people. Oh, the bootlicker. Oh, the bootlicker. He's licking the boot. Yeah, I kind of agree with them a little bit. Like, these people are insane. Like, these cops are out of control. Right? Aren't they? Aren't they a little out of control? Oh, Lord, it's hard to be humble when you're... Okay, no, I'm not even going to read that because I don't want the Lord to think that I'm actually meaning that.
Plus, especially kids are experiencing erasure from society and it's just getting looked down upon and their rights are under attack, yet they won't let me into a public
Where's all my removal here, chat?
event. This is open to the public.
It's game.
It is not
Damn
a
it.
ticketed event. It's not a private event. All they're doing is renting this space to hold.
Yeah, I've heard the song before, but it doesn't. It's still a song. It's still words. Words are. It doesn't matter if you're singing it or saying it. Karma. Are you trying to compel my speech? I'm gonna call my congressman. I'm turning you in.
They hold their propaganda. That's all that they're doing. I am allowed to walk in there. If I did not have children at home, I would definitely push the boundaries and go inside, but I want to make sure I can get home to my babies. Parents who care about their children, you understand. And the people who would understand.
Oh, that was MC. Sorry, MC.
With their
Sorry.
children.
Sorry, Karma. I didn't mean to misnomer you. I didn't mean to. Sorry about that. Yep. She gets blamed for everything. Everything.
Representative Roman Marco.
That is a man in high heels a short dress, more dress than they usually
Fantastic.
are. It's illegal for this to happen in public spaces in Florida. There's obscenity laws, and there's a law to protect children from events like this. Actually, in Naples, their drag queen show was forced to be put inside so that children wouldn't be exposed to it. The cops are more worried about keeping me out of this public space than they are about the illegal activity going on over there in front of that stage with the children. So that's interesting. But we are in St. Pete. If you know, you know a little thing about St. Pete. So yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. Ever since the Lakeland incident, I have been carrying around with me a pocket constitution. And right here, it says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This might be like a Lakeland 2.0 happening right here, so we'll keep you updated, and might have to contact my lawyer again.
What's up? Oh my god.
They won't let me inside.
They won't let you in?
No.
That's messed up.
And the cops said they would officially trespass me from this park if
I think that's a dude.
I could say you're with me because I'm hired here to do balloons.
Yes, do it. Do it.
I'll say we're both with my event company.
Yes.
Okay.
Do it. What's your event?
What's up?
What's your company?
It's YT Events. Contact us for any balloon twisters, magicians, face paint, caricature artists.
I'm a new employee.
Yes, Liberty's our new employee. She's a balloon artist today by default, and we're gonna get you in there.
Yeah, all right, here we go. All right, let me know what happens. Okay, let's do it. Should I give her the microphone?
What? This is so funny.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna stay right here. Come over, Kira. Come over. Yeah, right here. Say, we need an event organizer. Hey! So, what's your name?
I'm coming in. My name's Shelby.
Shelby, you're gonna go up to that woman right there with the glasses on her head and tell her that I am with you. Can you take the microphone?
Okay, got it.
Okay, but you'll turn it, right? You'll come back? You'll come back to me?
Yeah,
Okay, all right. She's gonna take the microphone.
This is
going up to her.
Delilah.
Thank you.
Good.
I don't know if
2025.
Oh no, I'm hired through YT. I was doing balloons today.
All right, for those that are interested in
I'm with YT Events.
we are going
Okay,
to be
gotcha.
lining up by the pavilion on the north side.
What's up?
The organizers have asked you to leave.
I know, right?
Oh no, I was here like earlier doing balloons with YT.
Yeah, not with this stuff.
No, it's
Oh, okay. Well, these are my friends who wanted to come in with me.
Nope. They've asked you to leave.
Oh,
They've been harassing people all morning.
Oh, I thought they were trying to do interviews.
No. They threatened participants in here, so it's to them.
Threatened.
Oh man.
Oh, wow. This lispy, queer, big old, beautiful black dude decided he wanted to be a liar on top of everything else. They threatened people? With what? Questions? The truth?
I was gonna just have her come in with me and we were gonna do balloons.
best dressed canine in our
So these are the same people that begged you for them to have a place at the table. These are the same people that said, please, we just listen. Listen, we just want to be included in society, guys. We just want to be part of society. Can't you just let us be part of society? No, nothing bad will happen by letting us have a seat at the table. And the second they get a seat at the table, they flip the table over, they kick you off to the kiddies table, and they say, you can't participate in society with us anymore. Now we run things. And we are not inclusive. We are exclusive. What's your proof of that, GS? Are you not watching? Are you not paying attention?
Allowed to go in?
Not with the microphone.
Are you allowed to go in without the microphone?
I think.
All right, I don't want to ruin your job, so go ahead. If you got to terminate my employment, I understand.
Well, I'm already done for the day. I was just gonna go grab my lemonade that I left, but I love your content so much. I support it.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Like,
That's a guy, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate
and that one guy, Bo Diddle, he's really funny.
Yeah, we ran into Bo Diddle before. Yeah. Is that the event organizer right there, that black man? Okay. So you can go in without my microphone.
Can we come in without the microphone? They cannot come in.
Yeah, what if I put the microphone away?
So what you're saying is, like, everyone's got to take their microphones off their phones now? Like, what? You're not allowed to go in with a microphone? Wait, is that the argument? I can't be.
Well, you can go in. I'll let you go in. That's fine. Shelby, it was so nice to meet you. I'll get my paycheck some other time.
Trying to use that.
I know. Thank you for doing that. That's hilarious. That is so funny.
I'll do anything. All right, I'll be back.
Okay, all right. That is so. So look, she just went in without my microphone. Why are they discriminating against inanimate objects? There are banned
That's a
books are all
great
about
question.
doing stuff with inanimate objects and weird stuff. So that's interesting. I wonder if that's the event organizer, the black man. So I found this about trespass laws and permitted events in St. Petersburg. It says that they can trespass individuals from permitted events on public property, but it must have a valid, articulable reason
Yeah.
that falls within the
Like, falls within the statutory law or criminal law. Yeah, there has to be an infraction. Exercising one's right to assemble and speak and have I mean, that's not legit.
the bounds of Florida trespass law and respects individuals' constitutional rights to due process and free speech. They can't simply remove someone because they don't like them or their presence. The grounds for trespass typically involve violations of the law, event rules, or behavior that significantly disrupts the event or threatens public safety. So the cops are, I guess, accusing me of breaking the law, threatening public safety, or doing something that is illegal, of why they're going to prevent me from being inside this public event. And so I would agree. I think this is a good thing for people to be trespassed for violating laws or threatening people at events, even if they're on public property. But obviously, I have done none of that. So is it my microphone? Could I go in without my microphone? Why? I thought this was about love.
I bring you love.
Touch me.
Okay, then don't put that.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Just walk away from me. Why are you standing so close anyway? Don't touch me again.
My job.
What's your job?
My job.
Don't touch anything.
Okay, then don't put it in my face.
It's not. The microphone isn't allowed to go into the space.
I just don't want it in my face.
Just walk away from me then.
This is my job. You're interfering.
Are you protecting the Pride Parade from Caitlin Bennett right now? Yeah. Yeah. You're protecting these children from Caitlin Bennett. You should be protecting these children from these ideologies being spewed in their faces. There's women walking around with just bandages on their nipples and their breasts, pretending that they're men, and that's allowed. Look at that. We interviewed them. They're allowed to do that, but Caitlin Bennett isn't allowed into a youth pride event. But people, men in high heels and short dresses are allowed in.
Make it make sense, chat.
Okay, please peekaboo with the security staff. Hi, guys. Can I come in yet?
Not yet.
Not yet. When? When can I come in the park? The public park open to the public. Are you guys done breaking the First Amendment yet or no? Don't say anything if your answer is no. Even though we couldn't get inside, we do have a lot of footage exposing what's going on inside and what these people want to expose children to. Thank you guys for being here. Stick around. How do we know he's a boy dog?
He's got his pronouns right there.
Oh, he has his pronouns. Good Lord.
Yeah, how did he tell you that those are his pronouns? Inquiring minds want to know. How did he tell you that those are his pronouns? How did he tell you?
Lord, we are really out of this world today.
Yeah.
What do these words talk about?
Sex,
Okay. What kind of sex?
oral.
Yeah, we already saw that, chat, didn't we? There we go. Oh, let me cue up something else. We're having fun with Caitlin Bennett. Let me make sure I hit that like button. All right, let's see what. You know what? Maybe I should just hold on. Let me check to see what's on my. Let's see what's in my email so I can clear some of my emails out. Let's do that. I have a bunch of stuff on my email that I really enjoy. Okay. Ouch. That's not very nice. That's not very nice. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's do this one. Let's see how this goes, chat.
Iran debate is that President Trump has faced more backlash from America First conservatives than the foreign policy class which reviles him. General H.R. McMaster, Ambassador John Bolton and Chris Christie are among those on TV praising the president, all of whom have previously described him as unfit to be president, and much more unflattering things than that. But the strongest opposition to the US attack came from within the MAGA base.
What up,
itself.
Stefan?
Those on the Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon wing of the
Right,
movement
yeah.
believe the no more foreign wars principle is not only integral to the MAGA movement, but the entire reason it started in the first place. I interviewed three prominent conservatives, very different takes on this vexed debate at various different stages yesterday, including as news of the Iranian retaliation was breaking. Candice, welcome back to Uncensored.
Thank you. It's good to be back, just in time for World War III.
Well, yes. Well, before we get there, how is motherhood treating you?
Motherhood is treating me great. I'm exhausted, as is to be expected. with the
Another
newborn.
day in
Always a blessing.
paradise.
Well, indeed it is, and I wish you all the very best with that. Okay, let's talk about impending World War III, as you put it. You are implacably opposed to what both Israel and now the United States have done here. Why?
Yeah. Because, well, first and foremost, just on the MAGA movement level, Trump came out and he gave us a promise that we were not going to be involved in wars. And I'm going back to 2015. Why did
Well, that didn't age well, did it? Gotta like MAGA. Make Israel great again.
people get so excited about Donald Trump, who was then an unlikely candidate who was being smeared by the media as being Adolf Hitler? Well, it was because he recognized that the American people were being forgotten while we were giving billions of unaccounted billions, by the way, for these never-ending wars.
Dang it.
And so it's one of the earliest reasons that people got behind him and got behind his vision. And so we're opposed to a regime change because America as a country has a lot of problems that need to be fixed here first. It's that simple.
Right, but it's not quite that simple. And I'll explain to you why. Because
It's not
Donald
quite
Trump,
that simple.
I think he's not been inconsistent in the sense
It's
that
not
in his
quite
first term,
that simple.
he wasn't a pacifist. You know, he killed General Soleimani. He killed Baghdadi, the head of ISIS, and went after them ferociously. He attacked Syria when they killed American troops. You know, he dropped a massive bomb in Afghanistan. It wasn't like he never deployed the American military. And again, here, what he would argue, and has been arguing, is he's not declared war on anybody. What he's done is very specifically target Iran's nuclear capability because of latest reports coming out, which said they had taken the enrichment of their uranium stocks from 3.5% to 60%, and that therefore the leap to
that's true.
weaponization was moving at a pace that couldn't be tolerated. I got to say, I kind of agree. Now, if he suddenly commits, troops on the ground, then that becomes a different thing altogether. But even when Trump talked about regime change, I think he meant from within, as we saw in Syria in December, where the people themselves rise up. And if that was to happen, why would that be a bad thing?
Okay, so you're asking a lot of questions here. So first and foremost, the idea that you have to formally declare war on like a piece of paper in order for war to happen is a little bit ridiculous. I mean, he dropped bombs. He dropped bombs in Iran. So yes, we are a part of this war, whether we like it or not. Iran is now speaking and saying that they're going to shut down the Hormuz Strait. There's going to be impact on oil.
Why would they do that? Why would they do that when the main victim of doing that would be Iran? I mean, 50% of China, of the traffic of stuff through there is for China, which is one of their allies.
Don't care, not my business. The point that I'm making here is that to make the assumption that you can just drop bombs on a country and then say, well, you know what, we didn't formally declare war is patently ridiculous. I think that is just patently ridiculous.
What about when he killed General Soleimani, one of Iran's top military commanders?
Sure, an assassination, a strike, and that, of course, came with some risk. It's a little bit different to be flying out B-6 bombers in the middle of the night and dropping bombs at the behest of Bibi Netanyahu, which brings me to the second point. The reason that America wants a regime change in Iran is because Bibi Netanyahu is demanding it. And that answers the question as to why there is this split in the MAGA movement.
News.
What we are seeing right now
News.
is the infiltration of Israel first people, the neocons, people who have always wanted never-ending wars, and the people who have recognized that following Israel's foreign policy initiatives has led to America being on the decline. And so that's where I stand. I am with the MAGA people who grew up, I call us like, Generation 9/11, who were told that America was going to be rendered safer, cleaner. All we had to do was agree to go to, well, ironically, war with Iraq because of weapons of mass destruction. It's all of the same rhetoric dating back to 9/11, all of the same tactics of trying to smear people who are against this war as supporting jihadists. It is not my business to affect a regime change in Iran. It's simply not our business. It doesn't impact us one way or the other. And we also are completely done with the idea that with this decades-long idea that we're doing it to spread democracy because we believe in international liberalism. There was no imminent threat to the United States when Trump made this decision to do what Bibi wanted. And I want to be clear here. This was not Trump's decision. It was Bibi Netanyahu's decision. And that is the reason that he did it. And we're very aware that Israel is dictating our foreign policy, and we would now like that to stop.
Okay, but you wouldn't disagree,
Pretty
presumably, that Iran has been the main sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East through the Houthis, through Hezbollah, through Hamas. I mean, that's widely accepted and recognized. They've done
Widely accepted. No, that's just kind of...
Really? You don't think they
Israel
have?
has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people.
Somebody better shut her up. She's saying the quiet part out loud. Chat. We gotta get her. We gotta send the ADL after her. Why is she talking out of pocket? Doesn't she know she's not allowed to say these things? Does she not understand that? Chat, doesn't she get it?
So I'm really over this idea like somehow Israel has the moral high ground and we have to get behind them.
I didn't say
because
that.
We got to go after the bad guys.
I wasn't saying that.
But we have.
Oh, hang on. Look, we can come to Gaza where I think we'll reach agreement about what Israel's government's been doing there in the last few months.
But it's relevant. If you're going to call Iranians terrorists, if they right now had an open concentration camp where they were mass killing their own people, we would all be saying this is ridiculous. So it's rich to me that people are concerned about Iran having nukes. But I'm concerned about Israel, who won't even admit that they have nukes, having nukes, while at the same time, they are executing a genocide and a Holocaust in Gaza that the world is watching. So who's the bigger terrorist is the question today. I would say as an American that if we're going to get behind a regime change, it should be in Israel first. So that would be my position. I think the position of a lot of people who are waking up to the fact that Zionism has nothing but grief in America. Can you name one positive thing that Zionists have contributed to America? That us fighting these perpetual wars on behalf of Zionism has contributed to America?
But can you also recognize that Israel,
not going to answer
where it is,
he's not going to answer,
tiny thumbprint in the middle of a region where you have massive countries full of a lot of people that want to wish them harm, and in the case of the terror groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, actually want to get rid of Israel and all Israelis altogether. Can you accept that if you have a huge nation like Iran with 90 million people, and they are facilitating the terror groups to that purpose, that Iran has to defend itself? Now, I would not disagree with you about what has been going on in Gaza in the last few months. I've been very vocal in my criticism of that. Nor do I disagree, by the way, that it wouldn't help Israel if they did have regime change and Netanyahu wasn't prime minister anymore. So on those points, I think we have agreement. But I come back to the fact that the reason Trump has done this, I think, is that he has for a long time said Iran cannot have...
Yeah, there's a trademark on that word. Exactly.
He's absolutely right to believe that would be a terrifying escalation of the power of a country that's been so wedded to terrorism in the region. And I think he took the action for that reason. So I don't really agree that he's only doing it because Bibi Netanyahu wants him to go along and do it. I think he's doing it because he believes it's in America's strategic interest that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon.
It is not in America's strategic interest. There was no imminent threat. He could have taken this to Congress and he could have allowed the people's representatives to vote on whether or not
nobody does
it was
that.
in the American people.
No president in living memory has, with almost zero exceptions, has bothered to get congressional pre-approval for military strikes. We know that. You know that.
Yeah, we know that. And that's
Obama
not okay.
was the
By the way, that's not okay.
Obama
That's
did
not
more
an argument.
strikes than anybody, right?
Yes,
I mean, Obama
yes,
never
of course.
asked anybody
I'm
for any
not an
permission.
Obama supporter. Yeah, that doesn't make it okay. By the way, like that argument, just so we're clear, saying, well, we've been doing it wrong forever, so we should just keep doing it wrong is not an argument that it's right.
I don't disagree with you about that.
Okay, so I disagree with Obama doing it. I disagree with Trump doing
fair
it.
enough.
And especially when what we're talking about is what could rise to be a nuclear war, right? We should have done things the right way. And he had indicated that he was going to wait 2 weeks, and then he didn't wait 2 weeks because Bibi Netanyahu, at least according to the Israeli press, if you believe it, said, we're not waiting 2 weeks. We want this done immediately. But I will say you are correct. He's not just doing this because Bibi Netanyahu demands it. He's also doing it because Miriam Adelson demands it. He took $100 million.
Truth bombs, getting ready. Hey, pay attention, folks. You're about to hear some truths about good old Donald Trumpy. So listen, if you're one of those TDS pro-Trump people, you might want to la not listening. You might, but if you're interested in maybe learning something you didn't know, you might want to pay attention.
For Miriam Adelson, it was very clear what she wanted. She was clear that she wanted to annex the West Bank. So there was an imperialist plan that was put into place. And unfortunately, when you do a deal with the devil, you're going to have to eventually deliver the pound of flesh. And that is what Trump is doing, in my opinion.
Fact.
And more evidence of that is the fact how.
That's interesting that she says that, because I think the reason why he became president in the first place is because he kissed the mushroom stamp of Israel. And then he went and got it the second time because he was bought and paid for. I think Elon Musk meant what he said when he said that he's seen the files and Donald Trump was on Epstein Island. Allegedly in Minecraft.
When he tweeted that there could be a Trump hotel in Gaza, I mean, that was truly, in my opinion, the most inhumane thing he's ever tweeted.
Well, I think it was pretty clear what he was doing there was pretty clear. He's saying he wants a better life for Palestinian people, a life where they have beaches,
well, when you
and they
pair
have
that
hotels,
with Jared
and they have golf
Kushner
courses.
Water in the plants.
private
Nice.
equity firm and their ties to what's happening in Israel, and Jared Kushner being on camera shortly after October 7th saying, wow, that property could be worth a lot of money. It makes me a little bit uncomfortable. It makes Americans a little bit uncomfortable. Now, you've asked me to come onto your show to explain to you how the now very fractured MAGA movement is feeling, and I'm telling you that, right?
No, it's really. I find the split in the conservative movement in America genuinely fascinating, because it really is a genuine schism now.
Yeah, there's a genuine schism, and it's only going one direction. And by the way, we shouldn't even call this a schism, because trying to dress this up and
more of a
delude us into
betrayal
believing that the MAGA movement is what has Meghan McCain cheering, John Bolton cheering, has Mark Levin cheering. The literal faces of the Never Trump movement are saying this is real MAGA. Yeah, we're not going to be that delusional.
But you're on the same side as Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. How do you feel about that?
You're asking about the MAGA movement. The MAGA movement has always been a movement that explicitly did not want to keep involving our sons and daughters in the Middle East. So we have not changed that position. If AOC was always anti-war, then she should have thrown on a red hat in 2020 and in 2015 and joined the MAGA movement. That would have been fantastic.
But are you saying America should never use any military action? You're on the same side as
Greta Thunberg when it comes to the Palestinians being
but are you saying,
murdered every day.
are you saying,
I am. I'm aligned.
Okay, but are you saying that America should never use any military action then?
Did she say that?
I'm not saying America can never use.
Did she actually just say that? You fucking retard. Piers, that was the most disingenuous question I've heard in a long time. So are you saying what you're saying is this? She literally didn't say anything close to that, buddy. Awkward.
Any military action. In fact, what I said earlier was I could get behind a regime change in Israel because I think it would fix a lot of issues that are happening.
Well, I guess I'm screwed now, chat. I guess I'm screwed because, well, I guess I'll never make it on his show. Well,
happening, and it has been happening to America over time. Like I
But
said,
why
America
wouldn't you want
has
it in
been
Iran? I
on
mean,
the
I'm reading an Amnesty International report from 2024.
because Iran,
Well,
Iran is
hang
not
on.
negatively impacting. I'm answering your question because Iran's regime is not negatively impacting America on a day-to-day basis.
When the leader of
radical-
Iran says death to America, why doesn't that concern you?
That's a chant. And by the way, I want to be very clear. Why are they chanting death to America?
Huh.
Why are they chanting?
Yeah, why would they? I mean, we're 7,000 miles away. Why? What would it be about? What could it be? What would it be about? I can't quite put my finger on it, chat. Why would they be chanting death to America, chat? Inquiring minds want to know.
That's kind of a random thing. Like, I don't
because
wake
they
up
want
one day and go
Americans
like,
dead.
But why do they want? Why are they specifically chanting as opposed to saying, I don't know, death to China or death to Russia? What is it specifically
Well,
about
they say
America?
death to America, death to Israel, death to the United Kingdom. Actually.
Oh, okay.
Death to pretty much.
I'm not freaking Catholic, dude. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You save that freaking nonsense for somebody else.
Anyone that wants to stand up to them.
Could have had something to do with our actions in the Middle East is why I'm saying that we need a change in foreign policy. It maybe has something to do with just like killing 1 million Iraqi civilians, okay, because Bibi Netanyahu got on a congressional stage and said there are weapons of mass destruction, and we took that to the bank, and there actually were no weapons of mass destruction, so we just killed 1 million. It could have something, I could be crazy, it could have something to do with our actions in the Middle East. The fact that we have 2,000 troops stationed in Syria right now under the guise of saying that we're fighting ISIS, while at the same time we know that Bibi Netanyahu funded the al-Qaeda adjacent front because he wanted to overthrow Syria, and they again expand their borders, immediately take on territory, and sell us absolute nonsense. We're talking about funding Hamas. Bibi Netanyahu funded Hamas. There is footage.
That wasn't funny, Stefan. It wasn't funny. It was the worst joke I've ever. Oh, I thought Canadians are supposed to be funny. What happened to you? What happened to you? Who hurt you? Huh? You see what I did there? Who hurt you? Ouch.
Of Bibi Netanyahu saying this stuff on camera. So it's just so ridiculous to me to pretend that they're in some predicament, that they may
How dare
be
you?
eradicated soon.
How? What is this? Is this like some kind of what is this? A rebellion? A revolt? Is this a mutiny?
Well, to be fair...
Oh, don't say to be fair. Hate when people say to be fair.
Oh, to be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair. To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
Well, to be fair.
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 To be
Yeah, that's why I said I thought Canadians are supposed to be funny.
Which is why they have to keep funding all of these terrorist groups and then pretending that they're victims of terror, when in fact they are the people that are imparting it worldwide. You know, I just think that, like I said, Generation 9/11 has grown up, and I think that our eyes are very clear here, and we recognize that our relationship with Israel has become increasingly problematic, and it always was problematic. So I'll again ask the questions, Piers. I'm asking you because we're having a conversation.
Yeah.
Name something positive that
He won't do it.
Zionist AIPAC foreign policy
You can't
has
do it.
brought to America.
Name one thing.
I think the positive side of, if you want an answer about that, is that
Oh, hold on. He's filibustering. He's trying to think of something he can say. Uh-oh. His sponsors, his advertisements, they're going to be taken away from him. He's got to kiss the mushroom stamp of make Israel great again. Otherwise, you get canceled. You get blacklisted. You get shadow banned all over platforms.
America has been Israel.
They take away your ability to bank, but you can't say that they're all about the banking and media. They don't. You can't say that they control all these things, because if you do, listen, I'm not saying they do, but you can't say that they do, because if you do, they'll cancel you with their ability to control the media and the banks that they don't control, chat, because you're not allowed to say that they control those things. Because if you do, I'm not saying it. Listen, I feel like I'm in an infinite loop here, an infinite regress loop. Like, you can't say that they control the banks and the media and Hollywood and all this stuff, because they will excoriate you in prose, in print, in media, on videos, and they will cancel your ability to fly or bank or, oh. But how can they do that if they don't control those things? But they don't control those things because you're not allowed to say they control those things. Because if you say you could, oh crap, I'm in the loop again, chat. We're in the infinite regressive loop. Back to the source.
Israel's steadfast ally, because it recognizes as a country that Israel has been under an almost
It's kind of insane, isn't it? When you unpack it like that, I got to clip the shit out of that. It's almost insane when you unpack it like that. Like you're not allowed to criticize. Wait, what happens if you do criticize them? Oh, they cancel you. How did they cancel you? You can't bank, can't fly. You can't write books because they won't publish you. You won't be able to make movies. They will use all the media to try to destroy you and tarnish your good name or whatever name you had. Well, wait, didn't you say that that there's not like a cabal with a stranglehold on those things? That's crazy talk, dude. Quiet. You're not supposed to notice these things. Don't notice these things. If you notice them, then you will get canceled by the things that they don't control.
unique, multifaceted threat on its border for a very long time.
I mean, can you see how somebody could like crash out into a spiral of like, I mean, it all comes back to the source. What's the source? You can't say it. Don't say it. I wouldn't say it if I were you. Don't do it. It wouldn't be prudent, chat. Not going to do it. Wouldn't do it. Wouldn't be prudent.
Time from people that want to destroy it. And, you know, that you may not see that as a benefit, but Israel has been very supportive to the United States in many ways.
What? You're insane, right? When's the last time Israel sent us $150 billion a year? In what way has Israel ever supported us? Oh, don't forget about weapons of mass destruction. Bibi Netanyahu, since like 93, has been telling everyone in the world, we got to go bomb Iran because they're going to have a nuclear weapon within 2 years. Since 93. Since 93, chat. He's been beating the same war drum. No shot, chat. No shot.
Right, so why shouldn't America...
I just want something concrete that has been benefit. Like, we got better in America in this way. Like, just name something. Gas prices, just something that the average American can relate to.
Well, you're not going to have a correlation between Zionism and gas prices in America. Of course you're not.
No, I'm just giving you an
obviously
example. To just tell me one thing that they
tangible
contribute. Because what your
benefits.
argument here is like, well, you get a pat on the back and you can say that you helped this country, which was formed in 1948 by pretending to be refugees, if you will, and being invited into the homes of Palestinians, the horrific story
Well, they weren't
of what
pretending
happened.
to be refugees. They were people fleeing a Holocaust.
Let's be clear. Let me finish my statement.
What do you mean
When I say
pretending to be refugees?
Let me finish my statement. When I say pretending to be refugees and being invited into the home, you would think that these people were helpless and were going to be grateful to the people that hosted them. People like Muhammad Hadid, Bella Hadid and Gigi Hadid's father, who was an infant at this time in his mother's arms. She had just given birth. They had invited these refugees because of the goodness of their heart. And then one day they return home and their doors are locked and they are told that if you try to enter, you are going to be shot and killed. That is the reality of how Israel was established as a state. Okay, that is not a stain that you can wipe from history. Most Americans growing up actually believe what happened was that, okay, it was a little messy. That's what happens after wars. Borders get changed. But at the very least, they were given money. I mean, you've lived here for hundreds of years. Here's money for your property. No, that's not what happened. They were forced out of their homes at gunpoint.
Listen,
and it's wrong. So we get to be the nation on the back. According to you, the thing that America gets. Let me finish. I'm going to let you finish. It's your show. We can. But let me finish. Your argument is that what we get to be is that nation that keeps supporting it as they continue to move their borders in this way. Now we're seeing that incursion into Gaza, and we are certainly going to see it by the end of this administration in the West Bank, because like I said, that is why Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million.
Look, as you know, I oppose what the Israeli government is doing now in Gaza. I oppose the expansion of settlements on the West Bank. I think all of that is completely wrong. I do think America supports Israel because it remains the only democracy in the Middle East, and that's an important...
They're not a democracy. Stop saying that, Pierce. You know better.
Well, they have elections.
It's not a democracy.
They have elections.
But who gets to vote in those elections? Do the government vote in that election?
Nope.
Well, the Israelis get to vote in Israel, obviously.
Okay, so you're basically saying America had a democracy, when
no,
we had
Israel
laws
ceded
that said Black Americans
Hang on.
couldn't, Black
Israel-
Americans
Israel
couldn't
moved
vote.
out.
Hang on.
It's indisputable that
Hey,
Israel
hang on.
of Gaza in 2004.
Well, hang on.
An election and Hamas got elected, right? Now,
Yeah,
I
and
agree
that's
with,
because
I agree with you that I agree with
but
listen,
Bibi
hang on.
Netanyahu was on camera.
Hang
saying
on.
They were going to fund Hamas into
I-
power.
listen,
So they orchestrated that
Candace,
because if they wanted to create
Candace,
the
I haven't
solution.
finished.
Yeah, good point, MC.
I agree with you that Netanyahu wanted to cause a split between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. It was divide and rule. It was a catastrophically bad strategy, and it led to what happened on October the 7th over a 20-year period. There's no doubt it was a terrible thing that Netanyahu did. One of the many reasons I think he should go. But there was no doubt that the Israelis pulled out of Gaza and allowed them to have elections.
Sorry, I never
They
pull
elected
out.
Hamas, and the rest has been disastrous history.
Because the Israelis funded, because Bibi Netanyahu, they funded
don't
Hamas
disagree
into
with you,
power.
but they still had
So
elections.
it's like we rigged an election, but look what the election results show is that they wanted to put Hamas into power. And so when we talk about who is funding these terrorists, the answer is Bibi Netanyahu. And I don't want to get into his corruption trials, but every single
Yeah, let's figure out who's funding all these NGOs that are shipping people all throughout the West and invading our countries, all throughout Europe and northern America. Oh, it's the NGOs. It's the bagel NGOs. Act Blue. So we're sending Israel $150 billion, and then they're siphoning some of that to pay these NGOs to invade every other country but Israel. Israel is a mono-ethnic, mono-ethos, I mean, it's just, no. We don't let any of the darkies in. Nope. No darkies allowed here. Oh, that's your beloved Israel right there.
person watching this right now should go pursue the documentary, The BB Files, because it is absolutely stunning to
Listen,
understand.
I believe
just how
one of the
monstrous
reasons.
this man is.
I believe one
But
of the
let me
reasons.
answer the question, because you still haven't given me anything other than like you guys get a pat on the back for supporting this created nation in the Middle East. I also just like to say all of the bad things that we have gotten because of our continued relation with Israel. First and foremost, the open borders,
exactly.
and you can relate to this. People in
I
the
agree.
UK, they just can't seem to connect the dots.
All right.
Oh my gosh, what's happening
let me
here?
get a word in.
But I want to say this. Okay, we don't understand where all these refugees are coming from. Oh my God, where are all these refugees coming from? Who's funding them coming over into these borders? Well, this is what you get when you keep supporting these nonstop wars, when you keep bombing where these people live. And it's not even just a conspiracy, by the way. If you're like, oh, well
actually,
the
I mean, you're wrong about this
Zionists
because the
want
vast
support-
majority of people coming into the UK illegally are not coming from war-torn countries in the
Somalia.
Middle East. They're actually economic migrants. I mean,
And who made them? And who made them that way? Oh, us fighting all of Israel's wars all over the Middle East.
Not true.
Okay, but let's connect that. Let's connect that. When you say economic migrants, are we talking about like
People who literally want to
Gaddafi
come
was
to the
heading up
UK for a better
Libya,
life?
And when Gaddafi was heading up Libya and the country was on the up and up, and he was working with the United Nations, and then all of a sudden he warned that if you collapse Libya and turn it into a place where refugees are escaping, that this is going to be your problem, Europe. He warned that. So then it actually happened, and now we're just calling them economic migrants.
Yeah, you remember that cackling whore named Hillary Clinton who said, we came, we saw, he died? You remember that? Oh, Finkel loved that woman. I bet Finkel had a I'm with her pin. I bet Finkel's got an I'm with her pin. Hey Finkel, if you got an I'm with her pin, make sure you wear it on your next broadcast, bro. Make sure you put it like a bullseye right on your baseball cap. Fonk, right there. I'm with her. You got to get it. Come on, Finkel. You know you want to, Finkel. All right, here we go.
Migrants. We're going to pretend
I'm not
that we had
talking about.
I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stretch my legs. I'm gonna go pick some raspberries, and about 10 minutes we can listen.
People coming from Libya.
Okay, where are you speaking about?
Well, for example, I think it was last year, a third of all the people who came into the UK on the border on the small boats illegally, it turned out were young economic migrant males from Albania, which last time I checked, we hadn't invaded. So look, let me pull you back to something you said, which has caused a lot of controversy, which is this issue of dishonorable discharge. Let's take a listen.
I do believe that if war in Iran is on the agenda, and that appears so, get dishonorably discharged. Who cares? Who cares? Why should you go die in a foreign land? You now have the benefit of 2020. You can see, think about those men and those women who died because they were pitched that they were serving their country because there were weapons of mass destruction, right? They were serving their country because the Taliban, they were serving their country, whatever, and these people gave up their lives. And ask yourselves, for what? And the answer to that question is for the elites. They're like toy soldiers.
When you said that, were you aware of the repercussions if people dishonorably discharged?
Okay, so just to put this into context, this is like the Q&A, live Q&A portion at the end of my show. And being facetious, but also being completely honest, that they should begin to consider, and that was somebody asking, what should we do? Like, should we leave the military because they
So
also
do you regret
are
saying
recognizing that? No, I don't regret saying that. I don't
But you
regret
know the
having people
repercussions if you
actually
do
think about-
discharge dishonorably.
Okay, well, I would imagine that the people that are in the military who were going to, if they were going to listen to my podcast and they were going to dishonorably discharge, that they would know the consequences. So it's completely ridiculous. And again, we see this over and over again where people can't answer the broader questions. They try to suddenly peg in, well, you said this one thing. No, the broader conversation that we are having.
It's not a small thing.
No,
to
let me
suggest
finish.
that
Let me finish. Let me finish.
You're
Let me
basically
finish.
you're encouraging
Piers,
U.S.
let me
servicemen and
finish.
women
You ask
to
a question,
dishonorably
you
discharge.
You play a clip, and I'm trying to answer it. You know, you can't do that. You ask a question.
Well, you're trying to
you played a
downplay
clip,
it.
and I'm responding. No, I am. No, you're trying to upplay it. Is what the issue is. This is exactly.
I'm just repeating what you said.
No, you're not. You're playing what I said, and I'm responding to it and telling you that the broader piece of that conversation, when you have troops that are now asking that question, is they are recognizing that America is in steep decline, that our military comes back and they are treated like dirt, that a lot of these men, and we're talking about decades, white American males come back and they're told that they're racist and they're treated like crap, that they're white supremacists, that they have a different vision for this country. So why are they dying in these overseas wars for Bibi Netanyahu? Okay, and let me again try to answer that question that I asked you at the beginning, which is, what has Zionism won
No,
America?
I'm not going
What
to keep
have
coming
these
back to the
never-ending-
same thing.
No, let me finish. Why won't you let me answer that? Why won't you,
You
let me
can
let me
answer it if you
actually
want
say what
to.
people are recognizing? You come back and there are open borders and you're told that you are racist. Okay, you come back and you're told that you are racist if you don't want open borders. Meanwhile, you're sent overseas to defend Israel's borders. It's a nonsense. And who's funding these open borders? According to Barry Weiss, and I quote, Barry Weiss said this verbatim: the Jewish connection to the refugee is not a conspiracy. That's something that we are very proud of. And she was referencing the organization HIAS, and she says it explicitly, which she said what was started by them in the 1880s, which includes people, immigrants that have come in like Sergey Brin. They are still the organization that is operating at our border right now, okay? That is problematic, that we have open borders while we continually and routinely are told that we have to defend somebody else's borders, okay? And again, these never-ending wars in the Middle East at the behest of Israel. Bibi Netanyahu is the one that called for Americans to invade Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, and now Iran, and we've done it. We're told Israel can defend itself, okay, so but why do we have currently 2,000 troops that are in Syria under the guise of fighting ISIS? And like I said, we know Israel themselves fund terror-adjacent militants like they did to overthrow Assad. And we're done with the BS of, okay, well, they weren't really involved, Israel, in Afghanistan, because even when we fight those never-ending wars, Israel wins. Everybody knows that our boys were out there in Afghanistan guarding poppy fields, okay? And do you know what happened after we allegedly, quote unquote, lost in Afghanistan? What happened to all those poppy fields, those poppy flowers that our military was guarding? Well, the opioid crisis hit America via the Sackler family, who quite literally built the School of Medicine at Tel Aviv University. So we're just done, okay? And there's no way that we're gonna go backwards. We're not going to allow you guys to emotionally condition us to go, oh, well, we gotta protect Israel because of the Holocaust. It is over. They're imparting a Holocaust. America would like off this crazy train.
Okay, for the benefit of viewers who don't know what I was talking about, under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, Article 19, dishonourable discharge can result in forfeiture of all pay and allowances up to 5 years confinement, which is a pretty heavy penalty to pay.
Yeah, I'd want my kids to go to jail before they fought for Israel. I'll say that honestly.
Okay,
I would. I have 3 sons, and I'm going to be honest with you, Pierce. I'm glad you told me that consequence. I'd take that consequence any day to them being sent back over in a coffin because they died for Israel. So.
Okay, but yeah, I think the one thing you're missing, look, I come from a big military family, a lot of military in my family, and a lot of people fighting wars on behalf of the United States are not doing it because they think Bibi Netanyahu wants them to. They're doing it because
Some of them do that, and they write into my show and I answer the question.
But many of them won't, and they might be offended by you suggesting that's the only reason they're doing it.
And they can watch your show, and they can be offended all they want, but I think it's more offensive the way that our military is treated, the veterans are treated, and the gaslighting that takes place when we're told that we have to defend everybody's borders. But
I actually think America treats its veterans better than almost any country in the world.
I mean, this has always been an open conversation, and I'm just saying that if my boys were being drafted to fight this war in Iran, I would be like, you know what, honey, take the other option. And that's not because it's cowardice. It's because when you sign up for the military.
Okay, but I would say that the pilots,
you are pledging that you are doing something that is going to better your country.
But Candace,
and like I said, our country has been in steep decline since we have been part of this foreign policy, which is just whatever Israel wants.
Okay, but you made that point. But what I would say to you is the only people so far that have been involved from the American military were the extraordinarily courageous and skillful pilots who flew these B-2 bombers and attacked the nuclear sites and got back safely. So there's been no troops on the ground committed at all, no declaration of war by the United States. We can quibble. Listen, I don't disagree with you. You bomb somewhere, you probably are at war with them. But there is no official declaration of war, just as Trump, when he took out Soleimani and Baghdadi and he attacked Syria and so on, he didn't declare war on those places. And actually it turned out that the apocalyptic warnings of those actions never materialized. So we shall see. I can't let you go without asking. Let me ask you just quickly about the Tucker-Ted Cruz debate. What did you make of that?
Fantastic. It is finally the debate that needed to happen in America, because a part of this nonstop policy is this belief, as you said, Ted Cruz, that if we just do whatever Israel wants, that God's going to bless you. And it's quite ironic because it comes from Protestants, and their normal argument is that the reason why we had to have this fracture in the church was because of indulgences. There's nothing more indulgent than I'm going to be blessed if I just do whatever Israel says. And so because we are finally having that spiritual conversation, which is more important, I suspect there's going to be major changes in the United States going forward. And that is why you're seeing this fracture in the base already.
Tucker, according to Donald Trump, Tucker rang Trump to apologize for some of the more strident rhetoric he's used against him recently. Are you done with Donald Trump, or could you see a way that you would end up perhaps voting for him? Oh, he can't run again, obviously, but would you support him publicly again?
So I want to be clear. I don't regret voting for Donald Trump above Kamala. I think he was the better candidate, certainly a better candidate above Joe Biden. But what I will say is that he's been a chronic disappointment. And I feel embarrassed that I told people to go vote for him because this wasn't going to happen, and it is happening. But I just think that the picture of politics in America is going to look very differently because of his actions. So I don't know where we go from here. I really don't. But this is not the candidate that I voted for.
If it turns out that his instincts were right, that by doing what he did, it brings Iran to the negotiating table and they do a deal on their nuclear plans, would you admit that you were wrong in that circumstance?
Yeah. I will always admit when I'm wrong. Anybody that listens to my podcast knows that. It just so happens to be that, especially if I come on to the Piers Morgan show and I make some predictions, that it ends up that I'm right. So I'm feeling lucky, but I will of course admit I'm wrong if that is the result.
Candace, always good to have your views on Uncensored. You know that. I appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, joining me now is the Chief Executive Officer of Blaze Media, Glenn Beck.
May I say something just to start? Would we be having this debate in this way if Hamas would have done to England what they did to Israel? Would we be having this debate? Because I don't think we would. I think America would be over there. I think the whole world would be over there, and we'd pound them into sand until they surrendered. But I don't understand why we're having debates here on actions that Barack Obama took, and nobody really said anything about it. They weren't screaming for an act of war. I know this is a very bad situation, and I hope to God. I mean, I'm glad that Donald Trump is our president, because I wouldn't have had the balls to do it. I think it was the right thing to do, but I wouldn't have had the balls to do it.
Well, it's really interesting because I know that historically, I mean, look, I'm not going to pick on you for this, but I happen to be the editor. Right. No, it'll be obvious what I'm saying, but I was editor of the Daily Mirror newspaper, one of the big national papers in the UK, for many years, and I campaigned vociferously on the front page after front page against the Iraq war. And it was particularly contentious in the UK because we were the Labour-supporting newspaper and Tony Blair was a Labour Prime Minister. So it was a huge sort of deal over here. And I know that you initially supported the Iraq war, and then afterwards you later accepted that that had been a mistake, which, you know, again, is part of part of your strength. I think.
You know, I think, Piers, you know, you can't silence people when they're wrong, because hopefully they're on the road to becoming right.
Yes.
But you only get that if you have a debate. And I will tell you that I was for Afghanistan. I was a very big, you know, war hawk. You know, let's go in and just do it. Let's do it. I'm not that way anymore, because I've seen the pattern. It doesn't work out. America needs to mind its own business. We can't export what we have. I mean, I have hopes for the Middle East. I have hopes for Iran. I pray for the people in Iran. They're a very big danger. But, you know, the one thing, again, I go back to Donald Trump. I don't think he's being duped. In 2016, maybe. I mean, he has told me he didn't really know what he was up against. He knows what he's up against now. He hates war, hates it. As much as he loves tariffs, he hates war. He has told me eye to eye about how he has redesigned, or he had to rebuild, our nuclear arsenal. And in a fashion that I've never seen Donald Trump, he said, Glenn, it can never be used. It is horrifying what can be done now. I know, I helped rebuild it. It can never be used. He hates nuclear war. He hates regular war.
Yeah.
And I think he really believes he did the right thing, and I don't think he's being duped by it.
No, and it's interesting because I know that you were hoping he didn't do what he did. Now that he's done it, and obviously it's incredibly early days, and none of us can be sure what is going to happen, and I wouldn't even attempt to guess. But I certainly think that Trump's intentions were well-intentioned. I think he has said for many years that Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon, and he genuinely believed that enriching their uranium stocks from 3.5% to 60% was a dangerous escalation that could only be heading one way. And so he's taken the same action that he did when he took out Soleimani or Baghdadi, when he attacked Syria, when he dropped big bombs in Afghanistan. You know, he's done things strategically as he sees it without actually committing large number of American troops on the ground.
You also have to look at this. Every single president since Clinton has said this, okay? Iran has killed more Americans as a nation than I think any other nation has. They've been an enemy. Every single president has said they cannot have a nuclear weapon. I don't want to go to war with Iran. I don't want any of this. However, you know, when you talk to a B-2 bomber, which I did over the weekend, they have been running this particular run for 15 years plus. We built in White Sands, we built a model of that reactor. This bomb that we dropped, we're the only ones with it in the world. It was made for those reactors, specifically for those reactors. It is so accurate, it can hit the top of a pop can or a Coke can from 50,000 feet. It had to go into a 10 by 10 foot vent. They have been running this over and over again. That's not Donald Trump. That's the American policy. We know that these people are serious when they say they're going to burn first the Jews in the Islamic fiery furnace and then America. We're the great Satan. They have been a threat of ours for a long time. I wish we could have negotiated our way, but it didn't happen. So now we're here. Now what do we do?
Well, as we're talking, I'm just going to read this to you. Reuters and AFP are reporting explosions over Doha. So we're talking Monday evening UK time, Monday afternoon your time in the States. Iranian media saying Iran is attacking US bases in both Qatar and Iraq. And this follows BBC and Fox News reporting credible and imminent threats of Iranian missile attacks on US-run air bases. So that's just breaking as you and I are talking. But clearly that would be a significant escalation. If Iran is targeting US air bases now in the Middle East, what do you think that means as we progress forward?
I don't know. I've been saying to my audience, pray for peace, but prepare for war. This is a war that I think is coming one way or another. I mean, look at the state of Europe, look at the state of England, look at the state of America. I mean, this is a war with Islamists, not Muslims, Islamists that is going to happen at some point. I think we're at the beginning of a 50-year war with Islamists. And it's disturbing to me. And the reason why is we're not clear. None of our countries, Donald Trump will, but none of our countries will even name what we're against. They won't say it. You know, what I complimented you for doing on this show is actually saying what the truth is and letting all sides. Our governments are silencing, and I think it's because they're afraid. But it's a war that is absolutely coming. And the problem is, I remember I sat in the Oval Office during the Gulf War, or the Iraqi War, with George Bush, and he was reading me the riot act because I wasn't happy about the way things were going. And he said to me, I said, you know, you got an election coming up, and what do you think these guys are going to do? And he said something, and he tried to make me feel better, and this actually made me feel horrible. He said, Glenn, don't worry about it. No matter who wins, when they sit behind this desk, they'll be advised by the same voices, and they'll realize they have no other options. I left that office thinking, then why do we elect a president? What is happening? We have to break this cycle. Hopefully, this we're not being lulled into something or pulled into something that is, you know, long planned. Hopefully, we can end this quickly and return to some normalcy in all of our countries. But we have to face the truth.
Yeah, I think I completely concur with you. And like I said, whilst I can absolutely understand why Donald Trump did what he did, and while I think there's a compelling argument that Iran was fast accelerating its way to a nuclear weapon, which everybody basically agrees, apart from Iran and its allies, would be a very bad thing for the world. Once you do strike in the way that the United States struck with these bunker buster bombs, you cannot then control the way the narrative plays out. You don't know how the receiving end of that is going to respond.
I think that that our side is hoping that they are so weakened that they don't have much fight left in them. I would hope that. However, if I said on Friday or Saturday when it happened that if somebody did that to us and just blew up one of our bases in the United States, here in our continental U.S., we would declare that's a declaration of war.
Yeah.
And why would we expect them not to feel that way? The only hope is they're so weakened that it can end quickly.
Yeah, I don't think
I don't know.
I mean, I think this attempt to try and pretend it's not a declaration of war, I don't think that flies. I mean, I posted on X, this is America saying it's at war with Iran, right? I mean, you drop 30,000-pound bombs all over the place on nuclear sites in a foreign country. You are
except
it's a declaration
we've done
of
that
war.
before. Except we've done that before in other cases, and nobody's had this reaction. But it's not Iran and Israel. For some reason, that's just totally different for everybody.
I mean, what's strange about that whole thing is if you go back into the not too distant past of Iran and Israel, before the revolution in '79, they got on pretty well. It's like a lot of these relationships have been contaminated in the last 40, 50 years.
So I'm doing a show Thursday, Piers, that I'm glad you brought this up because I was just talking to my producers about the direction I want to go in. And that is look at Europe today, look at England today, then look at Iran 1977, 1975. Look, nobody was wearing hijabs, nothing like that. And in 1979, it's over, it's lights out. We can't ignore the poison of Islamists in our own society. We all think that it's not going to happen. It can't happen, but it can. All we have to do is make the distinction between Islamist and a Muslim. One is our enemy. The other is a practitioner of a religion.
I mean, I would expand that to say it's extremism, right? Extremism of any kind should be condemned by all right-thinking people because extremism is never the right way, just by the very
when are we going to do that?
By the very definition of the word. You are an extremist.
Isn't that in some ways exactly what Donald Trump did? Took a clear line. We've had president after president say, we're not going to let this stand. He does it, and now he's the extremist? I don't know. I think he's standing up for what he believes is coming.
Glenn, what's
I happen to
fascinating,
agree.
watching the conservative right in the last few weeks has been fascinating for the real schism that's been developing now. What do you make of that? There's always been disagreement, but never quite, it seems to me, on such implacable levels as we're seeing right now, where people are really one way or the other.
I've never seen anything. I'm friends with Ted Cruz. I'm friends with Tucker Carlson. I like both of them. I know Donald Trump. I don't know Elon Musk, but I like both of them. Stop making me choose. I don't think this is helpful for the Republic. We can disagree on things, but to have these arguments that we're having, I mean, I'm sorry. I've known Candace Owens for a long time. I don't know what happened to Candace. She's off on a different planet now. To deny Mangala and everything else is truly horrifying. There's a lot of people that I disagree with that I can still have conversations with. I think this is, in many ways, intentional. We're all being driven to these extremes, and it's either you are this or you are that, and there's nothing in between. That's not real life. All life has nuance. There's no way to navigate. There's no way to defend ourselves, our culture, if we all must be 100% this or 100% that.
And you know what? And I genuinely believe it's been fueled by social media, because what social media does, it fuels tribalism, where people, in the end, they become so tribal and their echo chamber keeps reinforcing this one singular worldview that when facts change, they don't want to accept it. If it is negative to their tribe, and it reminds me, I read a book about this several years ago, where I talked about, if you go back in 2,000 years, you would have genuine tribes, right, in the world. And they would be on their own, and they would dress a certain way, and they would cut their hair a certain way, they would eat certain food, they would drink certain drinks, they would have a language which they understood, and they would stay pretty much in their own area amongst themselves. So they only ever knew one way. And then slowly but surely, these tribes edged out and began to travel more, and they encountered other tribes. And these other tribes looked a bit different. They sounded a bit different. They maybe ate different food. They laughed at different things. And these tribes concluded in that experimental moment that the only solution was to kill each other. And I look at what happens on social media now, and it's pretty much the same thing, where the tribes are so locked in to supporting their own side against any invader, as they put it, that even when there is something which self-evidently their own side should condemn, whether it's the right or left, they can't bring themselves to do it. They will fall over themselves to explain, to justify, to excuse, because they feel like they're betraying their tribe.
So I completely agree with that, but I'd like to add one more thing. I'm a recovering alcoholic, and you tell yourself lies and lies and lies and lies, and you get to a point to where at some point you have to reject almost everything you are to tell the truth. And it becomes, you might know, I can't keep living this way. I can't keep living this way. But you have to reject everything that you have built. And that's the problem with these tribes, is we have separated ourselves. And for me to not hate you, I have to reject almost everything that I have built in my own life, because I'm built on hating you now.
Yeah.
That is a really dangerous place. And we're there. And we have to recognize Western civilization, beyond that, in the Bible, when the Jews go down into Israel, the Lord says, choose life. That is the choice. It is life or death. There is a culture of death through many different factions, if you will. Death or life. We've got to choose life. And the Western civilization has always been about life. If we can't find our way to each other and say, look, I reject this death cult, we're not going to survive.
No.
And if we don't survive, the world becomes a very dark place. And I don't mean the United States. I mean the entire Western world.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and I think that this is why I found what Elon Musk calls the woke mind virus so damaging because it fueled all that stuff, and often on a kind of preposterous denial of even basic biology and science. And when people started trying to defend the fact that biological men were in women's sport, I was like, we've lost our minds here. What is going on?
And isn't it amazing? The guy who was the biggest on the left, he was a hero for what he did for the environment and electric cars and everything else. The minute he disagrees with them politically,
they trash
he's
him.
dead to them.
Yeah,
they try to destroy his business. They burn his cars. They'd like to kill him. I mean, that should tell you something. You're on the wrong side when that is your reaction.
And also, if you're behaving exactly the same way that you profess to condemn in others, that should tell you it's time to look in the mirror and work out what you're really about. What is your soul actually doing? If you spend all day shrieking one thing and then you behave exactly the same way yourself.
Piers, I have to tell you, I think about England a lot. I pray for England a lot. I don't know if I'm getting on my social media what it's really like in England, but I've seen a difference when I was in London just in 3 years. I was there 3 years ago. I was just there recently. And there is a difference there. And if we don't find a way to wake up, stand up, and bring people to their senses calmly and rationally, all of our countries are going to fall like dominoes soon.
Well, the big problem I have with England is, look, there are many great qualities of England. I think it's been massively overblown. And people like Tommy Robinson and these guys, they are not people that should be taken seriously in this debate, in my estimation. However, notwithstanding that, the insidious attacks on free speech in England have been really, really staggering and alarming to watch. When you get people, grandmothers being locked up for something they posted on Facebook and then deleting because they thought I shouldn't have done that. That's not what a democratic society like the UK should be doing to anybody. I think that obviously we all know, I think, in our gut what the exceptions to free speech are. If you're literally inciting people to kill people, fine. We can all agree that is wrong, right? But when you're expressing a vehement opinion because you may be emotionally overwrought about something, which is genuinely horrific, and you're just spewing off,
or you're just wrong,
and you then calm down and delete that, whatever, and then you're put in prison for 2 years. I just think that is basically, then you're into North Korea, Russia, and everything else, where any criticism of the state does that.
Which brings me right back to where we started. Thank you for having people I strongly disagree with. I disagreed with both of those guests that you just had on. Thank you for having them on. I have to see that. We all have to see that.
Agree.
We have to exercise the muscle of curiosity and intelligence and calmness while listening to people.
Holy fluffer. These guys are fluffing. They're edging. Here we go, chat. We got about 2 pints of raspberries. There's probably about another half a pint out there, but man, it was getting hot out there. So I just said, it's time to come in. Whew. We'll cool off a little bit. It is what it is, chat. God has been so good. The bounty of the Lord has been overflowing. The birds have probably gotten about 20 pints of berries so far. There's so many berries out there. It's like ridiculous. But yeah. Oh. We got 6 people still watching. All right. All right. My goodness, I am absolutely gutted with how hot it is out there. It's crazy. All right. Hope your day is good, number 2, and your weekend is fantastic. Outstanding. I agree. All right. You ready?
Well, to be fair.
Oh, don't say to be fair. Hate when people say to be fair.
Oh, to be fair.
To be fair. To be fair.
To be fair.
To be fair.
Yeah, let's be fair. Can we be fair? The Palestinian village of Tabay, the only Christian town left in Israel or Palestine, holds fast to its memory of Jesus seeking refuge there shortly before his crucifixion, is now under attack. Well, when I tell you that the Jews hate the Christians, that's what I'm talking about. They hate the Christians. They hate you. They hate you for your faith and for your love for Jesus Christ. That's what I'm talking about, chat. They hate you. They hate Christians.
We vehemently disagree.
Yeah, and just final point, but on the guy, the Israeli minister, the reason I was so annoyed was one of the devices used to silence legitimate debate about this is you call somebody something ending in ik or ist. So if you said the biological men in women's sport thing was a problem, you were immediately transphobic. And similarly, if you've criticized Israel's recent strategy in Gaza, which most people find pretty indefensible.
Yeah, they want that sweet, sweet cheddar, but they sure do hate the giver, don't they? Yep. I think that's called usury.
Even if you've been someone like me that stuck his neck out to defend
Pretty sure that's a
Israel for
crime.
many, many months and their right to defend themselves, even if I've tried to be really fair and impartial and go after both sides
you're
where I
right.
felt they're wrong, that any semblance of criticizing the Israeli government strategy meant I must be anti-Semitic and a Jew hater. And I was really incensed by that. And so when he came on and tried to pretend that isn't what he was saying and that it was about, one or two guests or whatever, that's not what he posted. He was doing that deliberately to try and silence me. And I find that a really insidious thing too.
I agree with you. I've been called the same thing. I bring up George Soros, and suddenly I am an anti-Semite.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Same stupid deck
Candace
over and
Owens
over again.
brings up the Jewish cabal, and nobody's going to say anything about that. I mean, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah,
it's so ridiculous.
It is. Glenn, great to talk to you as always.
Thank you.
Come back
Thank you
soon.
very
I
much,
always
Chris.
really enjoy our conversations. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm now joined by host of No Spin News on YouTube and author of new book Confronting Evil, Bill O'Reilly. Bill, great to have you back on Uncensored.
Yeah, I got to get a sweater like Beck. I got to get rid of this tie. So, and he's tanned. You notice that?
Yeah, just a bunch of shilling going on. I'm guessing Bill O'Reilly must have kissed the mushroom stamp too, huh? They tried real hard to cancel his ass. Here we go. There we go, chat. We got a good one here. Here we go, chat.
Would you guys support this being flown at the White House and government buildings and embassies around the world?
Absolutely. I think it's a duty to include everyone. It should be.
Would you support embassies in the White House flying a Christian pride flag or the Vatican flag, perchance?
Organized religions has had a tendency to leave people out.
Would you support this being flown on the White House?
Yeah, I don't really care.
Pretty awesome.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I think that we should have the Vatican flag or like Christian nationalist symbols up on the White House next. Good?
But I'm not religious, personally.
Oh, okay. Are you gay?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you part of any of these?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
I just support people.
Okay. Do you support Christians?
Yeah.
I don't think it's ever been pushed in my face.
I've
I
never
feel
felt
like,
overwhelmed by anything,
No.
Do you think that maybe the white Christians, Republicans might feel?
Oh, yeah, they definitely feel like that. But if anything, it's like they're pushing their stuff in my face.
Do you think Christianity is not inclusive?
I think sometimes it's not.
Do you think this is inclusive of everyone?
I think it's a pretty good representation, yes.
Good question. It's a great question.
It's June, so you know what month it is. It's the month of the Sacred Heart of Jesus and
Really
literally
hate this.
nothing else. But some people
Really hate that deck,
Pride
man.
Month,
It's
so
such a
we're here to get their
retarded deck.
opinions on this flag,
I
how
can't stand
corporations
it,
are
dude.
taking their money back from these
So
parades,
cheesy.
and if it seems a little fair or unfair. Let's go see what people think. Wow, those are some beautiful flags. I noticed one that's not up there here in the state of Florida, though. So first of
The
all,
same damn deck over and over and over
are
again.
you guys part of the LGBTQ community at all, or just allies? Allies.
Just allies.
Just allies. Okay. So, do you know what this flag is?
Like yes and no. Like I know.
Uh-oh, you getting look at her. She's like cold sweating because oh my god, the Alphabet Soup Group Mafia is gonna come after me. Ooh, I'm so they're gonna smear bagel cream cheese all over my face and tell me I should be ashamed of myself.
Oh, it's a symbol of the LGBTQ plus community, and like each color represents a piece.
Wrong. Shame. Shame. Parader. Put her in the stocks. Throw rotten fruit at her.
Of the acronym.
What acronym?
The like LGBTQ plus, like lesbian, gay, bisexual, queer.
Yeah, that's say them all. Say them all. Otherwise, you're hateful. You're a hateful bigot if you don't say them all.
Intersex, trans.
Right.
But maybe there's more. There's probably way more to it. That's just what I know.
I have no idea.
No?
That's
Yellow,
tough.
green,
One of
blue, and
them
purple.
means probably gay. The other one means bisexual, lesbian. I don't fucking.
What's the other ones? Queer?
I want you to name every single gender.
That's two.
There's two.
You could tell he's from Boston. He's like, queer? What's the other one? Queer? That's queers? What's up, Frexia?
You said that during Pride Month? You're
Nice. Hey, I made it to Mythic with my my main account, by the way. I got up this morning at like 7 and decided I was just going to put my head down and get into Mythic. I'm in Mythic, my friend. I made Mythic. I did it. I did the thing. Are you proud of me? Can I come home now, Daddy?
in Florida. You're safe. We
This
can
is
say
just
that.
my interview.
So I walked up. I said, "Hi, friends. You know what month it is?" And they're like, "How'd you know?" And I was like, "No way." They're like, "I'm gay." I didn't know. You were just next on the list of people to come to. So you came up and prefaced that. Why would you say I'm super liberal, but like, why do you want to preface that?
Because I don't want people to think that I'm like
you're like a conservative
against it. Yeah, I'm just.
Don't want to get canceled.
Horrible if people thought you were like a conservative, right, or something.
I would say so. Yes.
Yeah. Those pesky conservatives, right, guys? Okay. All right. So, first off, what is this flag?
I don't know all the. Sorry. Let me think of how to word it. I really wish I had a friend up here.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Is
She's
someone coming to help?
she's about to get canceled, chat.
All of these sexualities that are not straight, cisgender.
Okay, wait.
You know.
What are we looking for?
I want what this flag is called first. What is the what do they call this?
Yeah, it's the pride flag. It's everything.
Nope. It's more inclusive than that.
Okay. Oh God. I don't know then.
Uh-oh, you're going to get canceled.
Speaking of Pride Month, did you know my merch shop has a Pride Month collection? You can get your straight Pride, MAGA Pride, or American Pride merch right here. It's the best merch. Everybody knows it. You know it. I know it. LHmerch.com. Thank you, guys. What is this flag?
It's the
Stupid.
flag of all of the sexualities.
Okay. What is its name?
Not sure.
Okay. Would you support this being flown at the White House or other city halls?
Yes.
Yeah. Why would you support that?
Because I think everybody should be able to express love in themselves.
All right, guys. After this show, we're gonna call it a day. You know, we're gonna call it a day. I got stuff I gotta do. You got stuff you gotta do. Actually, the reset should be like any minute now. Yeah, reset should be like in a half hour.
In the way that they feel is right.
Okay. All right. Do you know what the circle means?
I don't.
Okay. What does the color orange mean?
I don't know.
What about black?
BLM.
So you know nothing about this flag?
No.
But you want it flown on our government buildings.
This is why women shouldn't have the right to vote. That's it right there in a nutshell, chat. That's exactly why women shouldn't have the right to vote. They have no fucking clue what the hell they're voting for. Well, not all of them, but most of them. Some, I would say most men too.
This is the pride flag.
Nope.
Nope.
What's the circle mean?
I have no idea.
What's the white mean?
Not whitey.
White people.
No.
You think they would put white people in this?
Right, because
No.
white people do not get any sort of protections. So no, probably not.
No, that's the brown and the black. They put brown and black people in there.
Right.
Yeah. No, the white does not represent white people. I don't see them including that anytime soon.
People do deserve some sort of protections, I guess, if everybody else deserves protections.
You'd think so, maybe, right?
You know, I think if we get rid of all the protections, then everybody's equally represented. How about that?
Yeah, no one gets special treatment.
There we go. I like that
All
idea.
right. On that note, do you think we should fly this at
Bigot.
the White House?
You bigot.
It seems politically motivated. I don't think we should fly any politically motivated flags at the White House.
Yeah. What is the name of this flag?
Canceled.
I don't know.
Okay.
Is it
Well, let's
just a
start.
pride flag? I don't know.
It's the intersex progress pride flag. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
Okay. So a lot of city governments and corporations will display this flag above their buildings or on their social media. Do you support that? Do you think they should do that?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. Okay. What does this mean? Like, what does the flag mean?
Just for rights for everybody to be able to express their love for each other and, you know.
Would you guys support this being flown at the White House and government
nice.
buildings and embassies around the world?
Absolutely. I
like
think
that.
it's a duty to
should
include
be.
everyone.
It should be.
Yeah.
Why should it be flown?
Because we all need to be accepted. It's not just
They need to be.
what we think is our typical norm.
Right.
It's everyone, every walk of life needs to feel like they have a place. And that is what the United States stands for.
Yeah.
Yes. Would you support embassies in the White House flying a Christian pride flag or the Vatican flag, perchance?
I think that organized religions has had a tendency to leave people out. And until we can for sure have an organization that is inclusive and includes everyone like the pride flag represents, I think that's important before that gets flown.
So wait, you're telling me a religion needs to include all other religions? Well, I wouldn't make it a religion. All right, that's it. Women's suffrage. Over. Done. Put a fork in it. That's it. That's it, chat. It's over.
Flown.
Okay. So no Christian flag.
Nice, MC Delia.
No.
I believe that everyone has the right to believe in any kind of Christianity or non-Christianity group.
Yeah.
But I believe that it has to be inclusive of everyone. And if it's not,
You
then
think Christianity is not inclusive?
I think sometimes it's not.
Do you think this is inclusive of everyone?
I think it's a pretty good representation, yes.
Okay. This is the Intersex Progress Pride flag. Have you ever heard of it?
Nope.
Okay. Well, now that you know about it, would you support this being flown on the White House?
Yeah. I don't really care. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, pretty awesome.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be around anyway, so might as well support it.
Yeah.
I think America's a melting pot. Everyone needs to be accepted.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Melting pot.
So I think I have.
That dude's like, I'm going to thuck him off later, so hot. Don't you want me to be? You got to include your penis in my mouth later on. Do you not remember when the microphone was there? I was getting all bricked up thinking about how you were going to accept me and it was going to be inclusive. Yeah, you got to take it now.
I have a petition. I think that we should have the Vatican flag or like Christian nationalist symbols up on the White House next. Good?
But I'm not religious, personally.
Okay. Are you gay?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Are you part of any of these?
No, ma'am.
Oh.
I just support people.
Okay. You support Christians?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can have Christian nationalism symbols up on the White House too, right?
All I know is that, like, in the Constitution,
Separation of church and state keeps the state from telling you what religion you have to adhere to. It's not the other way around, buddy. They always get this wrong.
the government can't establish a government religion.
That's
So I
true.
don't
Oh,
know.
he's right there. He's
Just
right.
supporting.
Yeah. No, yeah, I mean, it.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. What do you think? Is that cool?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty cool. I mean, we have like trust in God in like all classrooms and stuff like that too. So, I mean,
It's in our pledge, right? Like
Yeah, money
one
too,
nation
yeah.
under God. And our money. What do you guys think about corporations and government buildings and the city officials flying this flag during Pride Month?
I don't have a problem with it. I learned about it at work.
Okay, what did you learn about it at work?
Yeah, right.
Just how
Exactly.
to talk to people and respect everybody's views.
How would you talk to a gay man?
Uh-oh. Looks like he's been to a indoctrination camp. Leftist indoctrination camp.
Kind of like we're talking with you. Yeah, I treat everybody the same way.
Good. So when you talk to me, you wouldn't, like, you're like, oh, this is the same thing as talking to a gay man.
I feel like I'm being baited here. What's going on? I don't think you're a gay man. I just, I'm just saying. We talk to people. People are people. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, they are people.
People are people, so why should it be?
Absolutely, it does.
Every time I play ranked, my deck fails on me. All right, what's going on? Okay, apparently I don't have any mana in my deck. I keep getting 2 mana hands constantly. This is ridiculous, chat. All right, I guess I'm going to have to put another man in there, huh? I am only 23, so that would probably explain why I'm having so much trouble, chat. So much trouble. It's getting ridiculous. There we go.
Does not affect anybody.
Absolutely not.
Are you okay with your city hall or the White House or any government entity that your taxpayer dollars go to flying this flag for the month of June?
Am I against it?
Do you support it? Do you want them to fly it?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
I don't think it's a governmental thing for me.
All right. Why isn't it necessary?
I just feel that that's a personal thing, and that's great, and I don't see why it's being displayed on our Capitol building.
Can you tell me what the colors mean?
I believe the yellow flag with the purple circle is for intersex individuals, the white, pink, and blue is for transgender, and
Oh, you got indoctrinated in middle school hardcore.
I believe the brown and black is to celebrate all different races.
You're the first one
All different races except for...
to get anything right about this. Even the title of it. Okay, how'd you know so much about this and no one else does?
I keep
Uh-oh.
I'm like a resident assistant at a university, so I pride myself on being informed
Pride
of
myself.
everything and having an understanding.
No
and
pun
awareness so,
intended.
I can provide the best for my residents.
Awesome. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right.
Yeah, that's a good point, MC. Somehow I thought Old Glory already symbolized all that. We're Americans. But, it's all about schisming, You know how it is, chat. Try to be done with the left, but they just won't let you.
Do you have this outside of your dorm room?
I do not.
Would you be willing to put it up?
I mean, if one of my residents asked, like, hey, can I put this on my door? I personally am not a part of the community, so I wouldn't put it up because I don't want to accidentally send the wrong signals to anyone.
Okay.
But, if I was, yeah, I'd be willing to.
Do you think city halls and just government facilities should fly this outside of their buildings?
If they want to, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that it's good to show support for the community. Yeah, I know that it's a very opinionated, shouldn't be, but it is, especially I think it's getting worse.
So anyway, we're talking about this today because have you heard of all the corporations that are pulling their funding from Pride Parade?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you guys think of that?
So we actually go to Kent, and
It's great.
I just saw
Kent?
the Instagram post. Yes, Kent State University.
You go to Kent State University.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Do you know
Ohio.
about that gun girl?
What?
You do know about her? The gun girl. You guys all go to Kent State?
Not me.
No? But you guys, have you ever heard of the Kent State gun girl?
No.
No.
What's her name?
But they have. Yeah, what is her name?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But I
Yeah.
just have seen the pictures.
Yeah, what do you think of that? Is that crazy?
It is a bit crazy.
It's obnoxious.
Obnoxious, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she can be pretty obnoxious, right?
Yeah.
Just a little scary, with Kent State's history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, super scary. So, okay, you'll have to look up the history of the Kent State gun girl there.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so New York City Pride, they are down $750,000 because corporations are pulling their funding.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And so, what do you think that means? Why are corporations doing this to the Pride parades?
I think it's our president has a lot to do with it.
Fair, definitely.
Yeah.
Fair. And how do you think Trump might have something to do with it?
I think that he's very set in his beliefs, and everyone that's not like him, he has issues with.
Right, there's no room for there's no wiggle room. It's all just this, and that, and that's how we're sticking with it.
Yeah.
And it's just, it's not inclusive. It's not right.
It's very straight, white, Christian, male community, and I think anyone that's not that, he has an issue with, yes.
Yeah. Have you heard about the corporations that are pulling back their funding for Pride parades?
Yeah, I've heard that some of them are pulling them back and they're not changing their labels and stuff. But
Yeah.
I just-
Why do you think that would be?
Because we are the vast majority, and they're finally starting to wake up to it. Yeah, a friend of mine just sent me something today that they're talking about how the infrastructure of the media was creating an illusion that they were the majority, and They're not.
Yeah.
And they haven't been for a very long time.
Have you heard about all of the pride parades in major cities like Columbus, Ohio, New York City, and San Francisco? Their budget and their sponsorships are being pulled by corporations. What do you think about that?
I think it's sad. Like, I
Yep.
think
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Yep.
so much sponsors going forward, and now with like new administration, like I feel like true colors are showing. Like, if you don't have to, like, if you know what I'm trying to say, like.
I feel like that if they feel like they don't have to financially support or back something that's going to help make progress for the sake of, and it's not just for the sake of progress, it's progress, right? We don't want to go backwards. And I feel like right now people are feeling like they maybe don't need to do that right now with current administration.
Why do you think this administration would embolden people to feel like they could take a step back from funding pride parades?
I mean, I think the president said it best when he basically said that we were getting rid of all of the funding for anything that was diversified.
Okay.
So we got rid of all the diversified. We defunded how many federal fundings of that. So I think that people feel like they're trying to respond to something that everyone feels is.
Oh, you weren't aware of that. Yeah, Gun Girl. She had a very beautiful picture of her with an A10 rifle.
You know, marginalized already.
I think she wanted, like after graduation, she had the A10 like on her. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then they just feel like they don't have a choice.
Let's not separate ourselves with flags either. Let's fly the American flag at the White House.
There it is.
And let's surrender. Let's fly the white flag. Let's surrender our pride and just, you know, just be one of Christ's team, you know?
Absolutely.
Because, like, he forgave all sin, so he forgave everybody for everything that... We're all equal. We're all equal. That's how it is.
Do you think that corporations should be donating to pride parades, or do you think it's fair to say we're in a political position now where it's not so popular? What do you think?
I think it's hard to like put like a yes or no to that, because I mean, it's almost like I feel like I'm on the spectrum where it like shouldn't even be like a question of like having this debate. Of course we need it to get to where we want to be, but like it's just difficult because to me
Yeah,
I'm like, well,
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I think just because you can, you should. Yeah. I think you should. I think you should condition people into understanding that you have a right to fucking do something. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. 100%. If you have a right, if it's permissible or if it's not expressly prohibited, it's permissible. Why not? What's the crime? The crime is actually in the suspension of someone's right to do something. That's where the crime actually is.
it's hard to like even say like.
Yeah, absolutely. I
don't
think,
know.
yeah.
Does that kind of make sense?
I think when I see people walking around with guns, I don't feel alarmed. I actually feel more comforted. You know, I mean, based on their way they're carrying themselves, their demeanor, you know, stuff like that. I mean, if they're walking around like, you know, like they're looking to go hurt people and stuff, that's different, right? But I mean, if you're just exercising your first, second, third, whatever rights you want to exercise, yeah, I really got a problem with people having a problem with that. Yeah, I mean, you have a right to have a problem with that, but I have a right to have a problem with you having a problem with it. I think. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Yeah. No, I'm definitely a staunch. I'm a very staunch supporter of the Second Amendment.
No. Oh, okay. No. Do you have any criticisms of Pride parades or Pride Month specifically?
Because otherwise you get like a little fruitcake freaking libtard like Chris Ryder going, "Oh, the empty holster scares me."
I don't know.
Is there anything weird going on at Pride parades these days, or like everything's chill, totally family friendly?
I've never been to one. I have never been to one. So
have you ever seen any of them online?
I have not.
Do you think there's any fair criticisms that perhaps through the past decade, there have been kind of pride parades or too in your face? The corporations are pushing it too much. Are there any fair?
No, I don't think I don't think it's ever been pushed in my face.
I've
I
never
feel
felt
like,
overwhelmed by
no,
anything.
No.
Do you think that maybe the white Christians, Republicans might feel?
Oh, yeah, they definitely feel like that. But if anything, it's like they're pushing their stuff in my face.
How so?
It's just like constantly preaching you the same things, constantly telling you the same things, and it's like, can you, like, you don't have any wiggle room for what I want to say.
Right.
You don't have any, you don't have anything in you to listen to what I have to say, any different opinions, anything like that. It's always the same thing. If it's not that, then it's wrong.
Do you think there's any criticisms to pride parades that they might be too provocative or too in your face in the last decade or so?
I mean, I don't think so. I don't think they're too in your face. Either you go or you don't, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I ask because there have been a lot of cities, their pride organizations are having a lot of trouble funding because corporations are pulling their sponsorships. New York City Pride is down almost $1 million in sponsorship money. What do you think that could mean? Why would they be pulling their support?
Maybe because everybody's not like for it or in support of it.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Why do you think they might not be? Like Apple pulled their support. They're done. Target is not publicly donating. They're privately, and they took their Pride stuff out of their stores. Do you think that's the right way to approach Pride Month?
I mean, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think maybe the backlash that they receive as big corporations, that they don't want the money that they are getting to go down for it. But I mean, I'm in support of it, so.
Do you think anything has to do with Trump? You think maybe a Trump effect is?
Probably.
I think corporations owe their stockholders.
Yeah.
That's in profit and taking care of their workers and giving them raises, not special interest groups. Not against animals, not against humans, not against guns, anything. I just feel that these are things that businesses. I own a
Wait,
business.
what?
And I don't feel I should have to pay for somebody's preferences
Oh,
or
what?
non-preferences or
Oh, I
special
didn't know that.
qualities or special mental abilities.
Oh, that's
or, You know
awesome.
what I mean? Physical issue, anything. I don't feel that that's something a business should be taking on. If they like it, like we have a Chick-fil-A. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Chick-fil-A. They're very religious. Yes. They're closed on Sundays, and that's fine. I mean, I don't mind it, but I wouldn't want like them pushing that on the kids. It shouldn't be, you know.
Have you ever seen any questionable things at Pride parades or on the internet or in person?
Not really, no.
Yeah. They're super family friendly, right?
For the most part, but I don't really see a lot of stuff on them, so I mean, I can't really speak on that.
Oh, I was talking to myself. I was trying to figure out what was giving the creatures haste. This fire crystal, I didn't realize it actually give my creatures haste. I'm gonna have to, I might have to chuck that in a deck or two.
Question. Do you think it's a fair criticism to say that corporations and just people in general feel that this stuff has been pushed in their face for the past decade and they're starting to speak up and be against it, so corporations are following suit?
I would disagree. I mean, I think it depends on how much you look at it.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, last year, if you just went into Target, the kids' clothing section was full of pride stuff and trans stuff. Do you think that's appropriate?
I do not.
No?
I mean, honestly,
All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off here. This is getting boring and repetitive. I will catch you guys on the next one. It's been a pleasure hanging out with you. I hope I kept you a little less bored today, kept you company as you did me. And we made Mythic. That was our goal with our other account. And we're stuck in Platinum Tier 3 apparently over here. But I will talk to you all some other time.